I stood by his bedside, hearing only the light sound of his breathing. Then I took the pistol into my hand. I cannot deny that my resolve faltered then, for a moment. You faltered? You mean you thought about shooting him? Recall there is a reason I could not refuse his request. His last such request, though not his first. So there were other requests you couldn't refuse before. To be honest, I have not always been steadfast, and I fear I've brought pain upon Trucy. Was Magnifique coercing his disciples somehow? Just what was going on in truth Grandmary? Yet, in the end, I did not shoot him. Instead, I turned and shot the clown. I took the pistol I had fired and placed it in my pocket. In your pocket. I believe if you examine the bullet in the clown's head, you'll find it to be different than the one in my mentor. What were those called? Rifling works. Yes, well, that is all I have to tell you concerning the case. Concerning the case, you mean there's something else you can tell me? You are a fascinating man, Mr. Wright. Thanks. Yes, there is something. My mentor, his eyes opened. What? Magnifique Grandmary. The old devil. He was not asleep, you see. Of course, the gunshot would have woken him anyway. And there we had our last discussion as mentor and pupil. It was not a long discussion, maybe 5-10 minutes or so. And what did you talk about? Mr. Wright, did I not just tell you? It does not concern this case. Zach Grandmary, he seems pretty steadfast to me, or maybe just stubborn. Mr. Wright, your presence is requested in the courtroom. Once again, I am in your hands. Right, let's get back in there. Court is now back in session. During our recess, a bullet was found in and dug out from the clown's head. Well, this is news, and the rifling marks. There wasn't time to do a detailed analysis, though they did find the weapon type matches the murder weapon. Well, that's not very conclusive, is it? Which is why I'm about to call my very decisive witness. The word decisive witness. How many times have I heard those words? Though they often turn out to be far less decisive than you think. Don't worry on my account. I'm quite confident this witness will do the job. After all, He is intimately acquainted with the players in our little production, being the other half of Troop Grandmary's famous duo, Zack and Valiant Grandmary. So we get to meet the great Magnifique's other disciple. Perhaps we'll start by asking your name and occupation. Valiant Grandmary, magician, and you're the decisive witness, are you? You can prove your fellow student, your partner's student guilt. Fate, the grand illusion filled with traps and tricks. Oh, wait, the shooting took place in the hospital after 11 at night. If you're a witness, does that mean you were there that late? If one were to deduce this logically, the conclusion is yes. I always get the characters, don't I? I have an interesting fact for you. You see, several days before the crime, my witness received this. That looks very familiar. Oh, wait. That's the same letter Zach Granberry received. Yes, or perhaps I should say ta-da. Order, order, order. And what does it say? Surely not the same thing. Perhaps you should see for yourself. To my beloved student Valen, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on the 13th, 11:20. I already a gun which will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Why, it's practically the same. The court accepts this into evidence. This is most unusual. Exactly what was going on with you folks? What exactly was your true Grandmary up to? By which you
Dragon
mean...
Sakata said, "You was up, homie."
Hello, Sakata. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Was up. I'm just having trouble envisioning the man who would ask his students to kill him. Both of them, no less. It's just my opinion, her judge. But from these letters, I would say he was coercing them, not asking them. They walked the magician's path together, and in so
Dragon
doing,
Sakata said, "I am having an exceptional existence."
that is fantastic to hear, friend. Thank you very much for the head pats. We walked the magician's path together, and in so doing, shared much of our lives. Thank you very much for the head pats. When people are so close, there is strain, a warping of relations, you might say. Yet this has nothing to do with the case at hand. By which you mean you're not going to tell us. Which makes me wonder even more about this reason they couldn't refuse. Well, let's get on with the testimony for starters. The defendant, Zach Granberry, stands accused. Tell us why. Oh, I'll do more than that. For where he walks, the red roses rise, singing hymns to the miracle that is magic. Fascinating, though I hardly need to remind you
Dragon
that the
Sakata said, "I just came to say hi cause I'ma be working on some stuff later. Here's some head pats, goodbye."
Thank you very much for just saying hi. I hope whatever you're working on works out well. Stay safe, friend, and see you when I see you. That the evidence could just as clearly point to you as the suspect. The letter, the murder weapon, and now the two bullets found at the scene. In fact, the only difference seems to be the designated time. As every magician knows, timing is everything. Yes, and now it's time to get this party fired up. That night, I visited the hospital room at the time Magnifi requested. The smell of gunpowder hung in the room, and my mentor had taken his final bow. I did not imagine my fellow student might have received the same instructions. Yet a deal with the dead is still a deal. Death's sweet kiss I gave to the clown. Then I informed the doctor and the police. So you were the one who reported the crime. Indeed, I would think this fact alone would clear my name of suspicion. Let's not jump to any conclusions. Yes, the cross-examination generally comes before the conclusions in this court. But if your testimony proves to be true, then the defendant, Zach Granberry, is guilty. And if it wasn't Zach Granberry, then the killer was you, Valiant. And no disappearing act will get you out of that. There were two bullet holes at the scene, one in the victim and one in the clown. They're saying the one who shot the clown was you. No doubt my partner Zach has said much the same thing. Yeah, because whoever didn't shoot the clown committed murder. I'd better dig around here a bit more and see what I turn up. Mr. Valiant, let me ask about something else concerning the crime scene, namely, the number of pistols. How many pistols were there when you entered the room? By which you mean what precisely? Two pistols were used in the Zach and Valiant quick draw shooter, correct? One for each of you. You are well informed, yet only one of my both friends sat in the hospital room that night. What did Zach tell me back in the lobby? Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table two pistols. I took the pistol I fired and placed it in my back pocket. I see no problem with that statement. Only one pistol is visible in the photograph of the crime scene after all. So you picked up that pistol and fired it. Indeed I did. Alakazam, alakazam, alakaboom. Is the number of pistols really so important? The number of pistols is quite important, Your Honor. Very well. Please add this detail to your testimony. What can I do but obey?
Objection!
According to the defendant, Zach Granberry, when he entered the room, There were two pistols on that table. Two. One of those pistols he used to shoot the clown in the forehead. Then he left with it in his pocket. Of course, this is what he would say. Unlike the hapless clown, we must assume our defendant has some brains in his head. Well, what about what Mr. Valiant has told us? You see, there's something about his testimony that doesn't make sense. What might that be? I told you I took the pistol that was there and shot the clown. That's your story, at least. But the rifling marks tell a very different story, Mr. Valiant. Recall what Prosecutor Gavin told us. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. Mr. Valiant, if you fired this pistol, then you shot the victim in the forehead. Order, order, order. Well, this is all rather sudden. What have I done? The Prosecutor Gavin, I owe the court an apology. Sorry. So sorry for what? You see, I was unaware that two of these unique pistols were crafted. The analysis of the rifling marks only proved the type of gun that fired them.
Objection!
But that's not what you told us before. You said you had verified the murder weapon, which is why I'm apologizing to you now, quite sincerely, I might add. Would you hold me accountable for a mistake made in my youth? That was just this morning. I am still young. And I might add, it wasn't really my fault. If the defendant had only admitted he took one pistol from the scene of the crime, we would not be having this pleasant discussion now. Valiant Grand Mary, yes, Your Honor, you were presented to this court as a decisive witness, though you've proven to be more divisive than decisive.
Objection!
You'll see in time. The testimony so far has merely been a review of the facts. The proof comes next. Care to elaborate, Prosecutor Gavin? When Mr. Valiant entered the hospital room, the victim had already been shot. As his next testimony will prove, her right, the real fight is about to begin. Bring it. Very well. The witness will now testify to the court. Help us determine who shot what. I arrived in the hospital room at the appointed time, which used to say 11:20 p.m. After discovering the body, I fulfilled my obligation, then called in the doctor. The doctor examined the body before the police arrived. He was quite clear about the time of death, 11:10, and the one in the room at that time was my partner, not me. Those times are rather close, you have to admit. You're talking about an alibi established over a matter of minutes. To use a 10-minute discrepancy as the basis of your alibi is easy to explain in this situation, Her Judge. For example, take RW hit single 13 years hard time for love. Cue to the song, press the play button, and it will play for 2 minutes 15 seconds. Do it 100 times, the result is the same. Their debut single was only 2 minutes and 15 seconds long. What a ripoff. Magic is a world of utmost precision. Hocus pocus, requires admirable focus, and in the time of death determined by the doctor there is an incontrovertible truth. Very well, the prosecution warns us that we're dealing with rather precise times, and we can expect the cross-examination to require the same level of precision. I would hope the defense refrains from its customarily broad, sweeping accusations, lest we blur the focus this case so clearly demands. Point taken. Baseless remarks will result in a penalty. Carry on, Mr. Wright. Carry on, Wright.
Hold it!
I don't think I'm stepping out on a limb to say I have some doubts about this. How could the doctor be so precise with the time? We do usually only get an estimated time of death, true. I'm not sure I've heard of a verified time of death. Magic revels and making the complex appear simple, but reality is the opposite. What appears complex in this case is a simple matter of subtraction. I see another person has done their arithmetic homework. The point here is the IV the victim was taking. It's quite visible in the photograph of the scene. Recall that what we heard earlier about the victim, Magnifique and Mary's schedule. Every night at 11, Magnifique took an IV drip for 30 minutes. I can see the IV bag right there. Yes. Now look a little closer. Follow the tube down from the back to the end. The needle's been removed. Doubtlessly it fell out when he was shot. That would seem to be the case. When the needle comes out, the IV no longer drips. You could just measure the remaining IV liquid. Precisely. The IV liquid functions for our purposes as an hourglass of sorts. This is how the doctor determined the time of death. From the amount remaining in the bag, it was determined that the IV had stopped 10 minutes after administration began. And so it was when I, Valet, entered that room. 10 minutes had passed since that horrible crime was committed, and this is proof. Well, Mr. Wright, did that seem important? Well, seeing how it is the biggest clue we have to the time of death, I would say it's very important. Agreed, it would be hard to imagine a more precise way to determine the time. Behold the power of arithmetic. Very well. The witness will add this detail to his testimony. Sometimes the most magical thing of all is the truth.
Hold it!
Did you notice the IV yourself, by any chance? When at first I entered that room, the stench of gunpowder assailed me. Next, the mark of death upon my mentor's forehead. And then his left arm did I spy, a rose, drooping and wilted. Its thorn, the discarded IV needle. Knocked from the vein by the force of the shot. Luckily for you. If that IV had not been there, why, you might be a suspect. Indubitably so. I might say it's thanks to my lucky cutter. Your lucky cutter. Indeed, even today I wear it proudly upon my suspect self, for always, without fail, brings me luck. Why, when Zack and Valiant won their first Magician's Grand Prix, yes, the very one held by the Association of International Magicians, I was adorned in this attire then too, and our trophy, a bust. What a day that was! This is one trip down memory lane no one needs. My lucky color, yes indeed, and that ivy too. I say I think 'twas hued especially for me, thou and. That does seem to be the case, indeed. Well, Mr. Wright, any thoughts on this testimony? Valiant sure looks happy with himself. Okay, how about this lucky color testimony? It certainly sounds like your lucky colors brought you plenty of luck, but not this time. Mr. Valiant, your lucky colors betrayed you. I'm afraid you've lost me. Your Honor, the witness's testimony just now clearly contradicts the evidence. What? Please recall my warning at the beginning of this cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Baseless accusations will be duly penalized. I do hope this latest accusation is well-based. Don't worry, I've got all your bases right here. Very well, let's hear the defense's claim. Where is your evidence that contradicts what Mr. Valiant has told us? The crime scene tells all, Your Honor. The photo of the crime scene. All this talk of color has me yearning for black and white, clear-cut simplicity. Tell us, her right, just where is the contradiction in this photo? My pleasure, and I assure you it's quite simple. I can't promise anything in black and white. Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What in this photo contradicts the witness's testimony? Valiant Grandmary, let's get one thing straight about your lucky color. It's yellow, yes. Kind of takes the mystery out of it, but yes. Something wrong with yellow, Mr. Wright. Yes, there is. Decisively wrong, in fact. Take another look at the photo of the crime scene. Oh, what's this? Confusion, doubt. Tell us, what do your elderly eyes spy? Even my elderly eyes can see a problem here, Mr. Valiant. Look at that ivy bag. Oh, what is this? What foul magic? It would be hard to call the ivy liquid yellow, and I'm afraid no magic was involved in the taking of this photograph. Order, order, order. What does this mean?
Objection!
This is some kind of mistake. Yes, Prosecutor Gavin, your witness's mistake. The greener they are, the harder they fall. I suppose there's no substitute for experience. Valiant Grandmary, as you reminded us several times, your lucky color is yellow, but the ivy is clearly not. Well, this contradiction can mean only one thing.
Objection!
And to think you almost had me. I see your true colors now, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright. Something you would like to tell us, Prosecutor Gavin? As far as this court can tell, the witness's testimony does contradict the evidence. Yes, a contradiction. One I shall be pleased to hand right back to Mr. Wright. How do you mean? How? Because the witness has made no mistakes. I agree at a glance. The ivy liquid does appear sort of greenish yellow. But I assure you, the liquid itself is quite yellow. Yellow liquid. How can you say that? As far as I can tell from this photo, it's green. Yes, but what color is the ivy bag itself? The bag? You mean the plastic bag from the hook? It looks like I want to say light blue. Precisely. Figured it out yet? Put a yellow liquid in a blue bag and you get green. This evidently is the liquid's true color. I see. Your explanation does have a ring of truth to it.
Objection!
As I thought, there's no substitute for experienced Prosecutor Gavin. What? You may tell a good tale, but you've just proven something rather grave. For you, that is. Grave. The liquid in the ivy is yellow, yes. But how did this witness know that? It's quite unnatural when you think about it. You did think about it, didn't you? Your Honor, the defense requests an explanation from the witness. At the scene of the crime, the ivy liquid appears to be green. So let me ask, how did the witness know the ivy liquid was actually yellow? Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, you will explain this at once. The witness clearly knew the color of the ivy liquid, so I'm sure it means something. But what? I can think of only one possibility, Your Honor. The witness, Valiant Grandmary, has testified that the ivy liquid was yellow because he had seen it before. From the facts before us, the answer is clear. The witness knew that the ivy liquid was yellow. Why? Because he had seen it before, but not inside the blue bag we see in the photo. He saw the liquid by itself in a clear, colorless bag. I suppose he would have had to. I'm still not clear as to what all this means. Ask yourself, why would he know if he didn't work at the hospital? That's where you'll find your nickname, Your Honor.
Objection!
I'm afraid I find nothing. So what if he knew the ivy liquid's color? Leave getting excited over absolutely nothing to our teeny bopper fans. Yeah?
Objection!
The ivy liquid is the only evidence proving the time of death. A 30-minute hourglass with 20 minutes worth of sand remaining. Your claim, Prosecutor Gavin. I remember it well. However, there's a critical difference between an hourglass and an IV bag. Oh wait, I know. An hourglass uses sand, but an IV bag uses liquid. I'm right, right?
Spin Dash Diva said. Back at it I see. What up, Chief?
Hello, Spin. Welcome back. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. Just chillin' and vibin'. As much as it pains me to say this, Your Honor, no. Unlike the sands through an hourglass, IV liquid enters the patient's body, at which point, like magic, it disappears. However, what if the amount of IV liquid has increased? You couldn't tell, could you? After all, there's no way of knowing how much went in.
Objection!
Let me get this straight, her, right? They're saying the witness watered down the victim's IV bag. And not with water, but with IV liquid. That's how you knew the IV liquid was yellow. Now wait, I said wait. How might an amateur such as myself essay to perform such a task?
Objection!
I'm an amateur too, but I can pour water into a cup.
Objection!
I'm afraid there's quite a big difference between a cup and an IV bag. Can you prove our witness is capable of such a feat? He has a point, amateurs. I at least would have some difficulty pouring IV liquid into that bag. You don't need to be an expert to see the look on the witness's face. He added liquid to that IV to throw off the time of death. I'm tired of these fairy tales lacking evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, you need solid evidence to bring us back down to earth. Valiant Grandmary, I'm afraid your magic won't serve you well in a life of crime. Might I ask what you're strongly
Spin Dash
suggesting?
Diva said. I how's a kitty, smiling face with hearts.
Oh, that's what's up. Soft kitty, fluffy kitty, pickle all fur. Yes. Make sure to give the cute kitty all the petty pets. Magic relies on props, and props become evidence. Our witness was certainly able to increase the amount of IV liquid in the bag. All he had to do was work a little magic, and the prop was...
Take that!
the victim's syringe. It's a perfect prop for the magically increasing IV trick, and easy enough for an amateur to use. What kind of evidence is that? The syringe was clean, not a trace of liquid in it.
Objection!
And don't you find that odd,
Spin Dash
Prosecutor
Diva
Gavin?
said. Our Phoenix is back.
Yes, he is, for a limited time, because we are doing the crime that got him disbarred. What happened? We are finding out as we speak. What? Victim had the syringe administered insulin shots. There should have been traces of insulin left inside. Well, Valiant, it's starting to look like Valiant was actually the guy that murdered him. But we've seen him in the future walking around free, so... As you pointed out yourself, the IV liquid makes the perfect clock. One that you could manipulate at will. I do believe, well, with this being his first, that the burden of this trial has been a bit too much to bear for Prosecutor Gavin. I'm afraid that, while there is a doubt as to the amount of IV liquid in that bag, the time of death cannot be proven, and that brings our trial to a close for today. Well, maybe I can squeeze an extra day out of this. I can do a little much needed investigation work. I see there are no objections.
Objection!
Court is adjourned. Truly, there's no substitute for experience. Nothing blinds one to the truth so effectively. A word to the wise: underestimate the young, and they'll sweep your feet out from under you in a way you never ever expected. You see, I know exactly what you're thinking. What's he talking about? You say the witness used a syringe to manipulate the level of the IV liquid, but there is no proof. There's no proof he didn't do it either. Yes, quite true. He's admitting it. Nor was his witness quite as decisive as I had hoped. This I admit. After all, why linger in the past when the future holds so much? You have something in mind, Prosecutor Gavin. Proof, her judge. I have another way to prove my case. With evidence, no less. What's this? This is the victim Magnifique Granmary's diary. Diary. After going into the hospital, Magnifique began writing his memoirs, it seems. The story of his birth, his startling debut, and of meeting his disciples. It seems he intended for the last chapter to end, quite appropriately, with his death. Wait, that book doesn't say what the reason was, does it? The reason why his disciples couldn't refuse his last request. Sadly, it does not. What's important here is on the last page. Apparently the victim wrote in his journal that night, even after the idea had begun at 11. Let's read it, shall we? Tonight's IV is in, maybe the last. I leave the rest to them. The first should come soon. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. All that's left to mine is to... This does appear to have been written just before to lay down his pen. Okay. The court accepts this into evidence. Read the very last part with particular care. This journal may end here, or it may go on, but not long. That depends on his hand. Of course, by his, he refers to our defendant, Zach Granmary. That would make sense, yes. He was the first scheduled visitor, after all. But look at what he said before that. This journal may end here, or it may go on. It may go on. Magnifique Granmary intended to write again. That is, if Zach Granmary didn't pull the trigger. I see the defense understands the meaning of this. The victim's diary does not go on. It ends. Because Magnifique's life was brought to an end by the defendant, Zach Granmary. Order, order, order. Prosecutor Gavin, are you certain that Magnifique Granmary wrote this? There is no mistaking his handwriting. Well, this does seem to be significant. According to this, Magnifique did intend to continue his diary. Yet if his diary ended here, which plainly it did, then the one who pulled the trigger was the first visitor, Zach Granmary. Well, how do you like me now? Her bright, still too green for your tastes. He's right about the diary being pretty clear. Still, I find it hard to believe that he would overlook such an obvious problem with his precious evidence. Well, Mr. Wright, the witness's testimony we heard was lacking, but put together with this evidence, it seems quite sufficient for a case. If the diary is accepted like this, the trial's over. Maybe it's time for me to show them something. I am left with no choice but to show my own evidence. What? You have some evidence that overturns this diary. It's not too late to rethink this and avoid more embarrassment. Very well. Please show us your evidence, Mr. Wright. Incidentally, don't even think of showing us this diary I've just shown the court. Now that we've come this far, I hope you have something a little more decisive. Show us evidence that proves the victim continued writing his diary. Alright, I would be happy to. The decisive evidence proving that the diary didn't end with this page is... First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. What's this? I hadn't noticed that at all. That's why we're still here talking about this. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Alka, I don't believe it. Looking at this page, it's hard to imagine that the first visitor that night shot Magnifique Grandmary. That's the defense's position. Oh wait, let me see that. What in Sam Hill? Why, this is a continuation of the victim's diary. Note the torn edge of the page. It's a perfect match with the torn remains of the last page in Magnifique's diary. Quite remarkable. Would you care to explain what all this means, her attorney? The diary continued after his first visitor came, which means that the victim was still alive after Zach Grandmary left, leaving no one to take his life but the second visitor. Valiant Grandmary. No, no! The handwriting too matches that on the other pages. This is, without a doubt, the genuine article. Order, order, order. But wait, that's impossible. That old man couldn't have written that. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence? Her judge? Yes, Prosecutor Gavin. Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. But Prosecutor Gavin, this evidence overturns the current witnesses. I ask only to put it on hold. Please, my new witness has a very, very important piece of testimony to give. 5 minutes, no more. I promise, Your Honor. Well, if you put it that way. Mr. Wright, what's your take on this? Well, Your Honor, judging from his enthusiasm, you'll have to hear this new testimony sooner or later anyway, so it might as well be sooner. Then, though this is highly, highly irregular, we will put the current cross-examination on hold. The witness may step down. Now, Prosecutor Gavin, please bring the surprise witness to the courtroom. I had a bad feeling just then. That ripped out page was too obvious. He must have known. And I should have known it was a bad sign all around. Holding trial with no audience is a
Spin
first.
Dash Diva said, Fresh Kitty Cat biscuits, anyone?
Oh, very much yes, very much yes. All the kitty cat biscuits. And for that matter, real biscuits, biscuits in general. All the biscuits. With gravy? Mm-hmm. Holding a trial with no audience is a first, even for me, Prosecutor Gavin. I beg the court's understanding, but I had to make a judiciary deal with the witness to secure his testimony. A judiciary deal. The details of his testimony may have some legal ramifications, shall we say. I thought best to contain the information to this room. Very well. And you are the witness, I gather? Yes, sir. State your name and occupation for the record. My name's Drew Misham. I'm a painter. A painter? And you are somehow related to this case? No, well, not per se. I have one simple question for this witness. Mr. Misham, was it? Did you know what this is? Yeah, I know it well. How's that possible? Have you seen this diary page somewhere before? Yeah, I mean, I made it. You what? You made it? Yes, you might call it one of my works. The prosecutor's office received a tip-off yesterday. The legal evidence has been prepared for the trial of Zach Granberry. The legal evidence. I initiated an investigation and found this witness, a painter to the world at large. Drew Misham has another side, you might say. He is skilled in making perfect reproductions of certain things. Forgeries, in other words. For forgeries? Well, so we are to understand that this page here is a fake prepared by a certain defense attorney.
Objection!
Hold it. I didn't prepare this evidence.
Objection!
The attorney speaks. Something about this page, I presume, but what is he saying? It makes no sense. After all, it was you who presented this evidence to us, Phoenix Wright. Witness, Mr. Misham, was it? Who requested this forgery? Who was your client? That I don't know. What? Most of my clients prefer to remain anonymous, even to me. I make the items they want and receive my payment. That's the extent of my contact with them.
Objection!
But there's no proof this is a fake. It's a fake. To avoid just this sort of problem, I always put a special mark on my works. I can say without a doubt, this is mine. And so we know what the fake evidence that got Phoenix Wright in trouble is. Mr. Wright, you have just presented illegal evidence to this court. My court. It was careless of me. That's all I can say. Old boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hallway. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. It was all a trap. A fatal trap. Mr. Wright. Yes. Do you have an explanation for yourself? If I did, would the court hear it? Probably not. Forging evidence is a serious crime, and presenting it in court a serious mistake. A fatal mistake for an attorney. Fatal too, perhaps, for your client, I fear. Tell me, what kind of defendant relies on forged evidence? The answer is quite clear. A guilty one. Your Honor, wait. I understand that presenting forged evidence in court is a serious crime, but you cannot hold my client responsible for actions I undertook as an individual. I am sorry, Mr. Wright. Your Honor, another close call, I dare say. If the prosecutor's office hadn't received that hot tip, everything would have gone the way you wanted it to. Yeah. I even gave you a chance. Too bad you decided not to think before embarrassing yourself. I see no need for further discussion on this matter. Special witness dismissed. Mr. Attorney? Yes. Could I ask your name? Phoenix Wright. Mr. Wright, I have seen and studied many people, but none like you. I'll remember you, Mr. Wright. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over. You have the right to find a new attorney and make an appeal. Okay, so appeals are a thing in this universe, apparently. However, this court must, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. It is impossible. I'm afraid the defendant is quite mistaken. I most certainly have the authority to declare a verdict on you. Except, tell me, how do you plan on announcing your verdict when your defendant does not exist? Doesn't exist? What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar, the defendant's escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. That day, in that courtroom, a miracle occurred. The defendant, Shadi Enigmar, aka Zack Grammarly, did not just escape court, he literally, unbelievably, vanished right before the bailiff's eyes. No one ever saw him again, not since that day. This is the Grammarly miracle. No verdict was declared. After all, the defendant didn't exist. That's how it happened. The trial of magician Zack Grammarly vanished along with him for all eternity. The mysteries that remained behind were all solved, however, but not until 7 years later, which is where we come in currently on the murder of, yeah. That trial 7 years ago was the beginning of it all. This I know beyond a doubt. The mysteries of the past work their magic on the present, but you'll soon be finding all this out for yourself. Which of Magnate Grammarly's disciples pulled that trigger? Where did the vanishing defendant, Zach Granmere, go? What dark truth lurks behind the forged diary page? And what about the girl who was left behind? The past left us these 4 keys to unlocking the truth. But that's not all. There are 4 keys in the present as well, and when all the questions have found their answers, the final trial will begin. But first you must chase the truth through then and now. Think of it as a game. Oh my, oh my, oh my. I, Phoenix Wright, will be your guide through this game. A terrible trial saw me present forged evidence. It ended half finished when the defendant vanished. What became of me after that? As your investigation proceeds, the answer will become clear. Oh, and one more thing. There's something I must tell you. As Apollo Justice has his bracelet, so too do I have my own weapon of sorts, the Magatama. I do remember that from the first game, or the first series of games. Yeah, something like that. On Steam, it's bundled as a single game, more or less, but originally it was like 3 different games or something. What does it do, you ask? That I would have you see for yourself. Well now, shall we begin? Okay, let's begin 7 years ago in the past. It is right after my last trial came to an abrupt end. Now that you know the game, let's play. Getting mild Saul vibe from that. Let's play a game. But, okay. Let's go here first. The nightmare trial was over, and the new nightmare of figuring out what had happened had just begun. I intended to wake up, to walk away, but I figured I'm the only one who could do this. Probably. And besides, I had plenty of time, thanks to the Bar Association Review Board's decision. It's hard to work when your attorney's badge has been taken away. Morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I am fine, as always. This old boy here is to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. 2 weeks had passed since then. I called her into my office. Trucy, there's something we need to talk about. It's been 2 weeks since your father disappeared. We need to start thinking about your future. I did some calling around. This is hard to say, but you have no living relatives. So, I was wondering if you wanted to stay with me for a while, just until your daddy comes home. It won't be long, I hope. Of course, it's totally your choice. If you don't like it here, you can go wherever you would like. I could look up some places you might like to stay at. This is so weird. Mr. Attorney, Daddy told me about you. He said I could trust you. Really? So if I stay here, does that mean you'll be my family? I guess so. Getting weirder. Mr. Attorney, Actually, why don't you call me Nick? Or you can call me Daddy. No, that. A little too soon, maybe here. It doesn't have to be today or anything. Okay, oh, I guess maybe not. Whatever. Say, Daddy, that was quick. If I move here, I have to switch schools, right? And I was thinking I haven't paid for lunches at my last school for a year. So thanks, Daddy. This office is a little blah. A little color goes a long way, you know? And Daddy, you got fired from work, right? Don't you worry one bit. I'll work twice as hard. We'll make it through this. Trucy, how old are you? Oh, I'm 8. But don't let appearances deceive you. I'm a young professional. Stick with me and you'll do just fine, Daddy. Thanks. Why does it feel like she's already in charge? So, Daddy, you got fired from being a lawyer, right? You could at least kind of look aside or something when you say that. It's actually kind of hard for me. For Daddy. I'm sorry, Daddy. Wait, is that foolish pride? My other daddy always used to talk about that. Actually, that's pretty accurate. So here's my idea. We'll make a new office. Law just seems so stiff, doesn't it? And no one will be my friend at school that way. Well, that won't do, I guess. I just don't know much about anything other than law. Or even much about law if you were to ask some people. Maybe the problem is calling it an office. We should run an agency instead. You mean like a talent agency? Forgive me for asking, but doesn't that require talent? You've got me, don't you? I'm a professional. A professional? Yup. After all, I am directly descended from the famous Zach Granberry. Directly descended. He's your father. Oh, and now I'm directly descended from the famous Phoenix Wright too. I think an 8-year-old just massaged my ego. Could you tell me a bit more about your daddy, Zach Granberry? Daddy? Sure thing, Daddy. Which daddy was that again? Daddy's so amazing. The biggest star of Fruit Granberry, and they're big. The Granberries, they were on television a lot. Haven't seen them on much recently, come to think of it. Big magic happens when you put Zach and Violet Granberry together, you know? Once they made a giant waterfall right there on the stage. And this giant trap swam up the giant waterfall. Let me guess, there was a giant fisherman waiting for him at the top. I wish I could have seen more of Daddy's magic. I shouldn't have brought it up so soon. I wonder what'll happen to me with both Daddy and Mommy gone. Mommy? Yeah, what about Mommy? I haven't heard anything about Trucy's mother. But I have my magic and a great daddy, even if he is unemployed. You know, I think things are going to be okay. I wonder if she'll talk about her mother. So, Trucy, you're a professional. Yes, it's like that thing they say, baby frogs grow up to be frogs. They say that? I always thought it was funny though. What was? Aren't baby frogs called tadpoles? Maybe they thought it would be easier to understand that way for kids. How stupid. Right. So, in conclusion, you're a professional magician, Trucy. That's right. Well, wanna see a trick? You're going to do a magic trick? Yeah, please show me. Actually, I would like to see your trick. The future of the agency depends on it after all. That's the spirit. Ready? Here goes. Ta-da! Hey folks, it's Mr. Hat. I gotta say it's good to be seen. Whoa, that was startling. The amazing Mr. Hat. Isn't he great? Your friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat at your service. He certainly makes an impression, doesn't he? I'm so glad you like him, Daddy. Though my routines do get a bit heady at times. Get it? Heady. My friendly neighborhood Mr. Hat nearly gave me a heart attack.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Could you tell me about your mommy, if that's okay? Mommy was so pretty. She was like an angel up on stage. On stage? You mean with your daddy? Yep. She was always there, with Zack and Balin, smiling. But then she went away. Went away. It was a grand illusion, but she made a mistake. She vanished, and I guess she didn't know how to get back. Hold up. So both her mama and her daddy did the disappearing act. Damn, bro. That's some shit for a kid to go through. Maybe so. I cried then. A lot. That's when Daddy gave me this. Here. This is your mother. She's beautiful. Her name's Thalassa. Thalassa Granberry. Poor girl. I didn't know her mommy had gone missing. And now her daddy's vanished, too, right before her eyes. Hey, Daddy, you won't. Don't worry, I won't vanish, I promise. Right, you can't even do magic. You're like a backup plan. Daddy always said to have a backup plan. I guess all I rate is as a backup plan. I think that's probably enough for today. Sorry to ask you so much all at once like that. It's okay. After all, we're family. I just hope you're ready. The Right Talent Agency opens tomorrow. But what? But are we representing anyone? Me and you? That makes two, Daddy. I think you need more than that to make an agency. Besides, you may be a magician, but I'm no talent. Oh, I'm sure there's something you're good at. Well, when you put it that way, you mean you don't have any tricks? No old standbys? This will not do. A boy should always have a trick or two in his pocket. Okay, okay. I'll think of something. That's the spirit. See you bright and early tomorrow, Daddy. Welcome to the team, Daddy-O. The team, right? Sometimes when magicians vanish, they leave something behind. That's how Trucy became Trucy Wright, my daughter. To be honest, I was pretty lost those first few days. Thinking back on it, it was a pretty dark time in my life. But Trucy, happy, smiling Trucy, she was my light. My mentor's favorite plant, Charlie. I guess watering Charlie's my only real job now. Wait, I have a child now. I can't be Trucy like this. She probably needs more than the occasional watering too, I'm guessing. An old movie poster hangs on the wall. I finally found out the title after not knowing for the longest time. I actually rented the movie the other day. Cried my eyes out. Just thinking about it makes me tear up. Wait, it's just allergies. Really? I should show it to her when she's a little older. Wait, what was it called again? Really? Quite the collection of law books. My mentor bought all of them. I used to be too busy to read them. Now if I have the time to read them, there's no need. But I can't just sell them. Maybe Trucy will want to read them someday. Nah, probably not. My desk. Not that I have any reason to sit there anymore. I guess Trucy can use it. It's great for studying math, English, geography, magic. I'm not crying, I just got some dust in my eye. You can still see the hotel from the window here. Every time I look out, I think back on those old cases. I wonder if the view looks different now that I'm not wearing my old badge. I really dig the far out view, Daddy. Thanks. She must have heard a lot of words from her parents. Didn't think I would be back here for a while. I didn't want to have to remember that day. Though I deeply regret having to declare a verdict in this way, this trial is over, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Zack? There's one thing I wish to make clear. Today, in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Enigmar, the defendant's escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. When I came here on that fateful morning, I still had my badge. But now, like an amputated limb, I can still feel it itching. Where do I start? I don't even have the authority to investigate. Hey, you there, sir. Down on the hands, floor on your head. Now, now, now. Well, what's the big idea? My ears. No unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here. But that would mean all unauthorized personnel are allowed. I just say it like it is, sir, and it's usually wrong. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. We've met before, haven't we? On a case 2 years ago. No recollection of that, sir. For me, working on a case is always in the present progressive tense, sir. There is no past, there is only now, sir. Okay. You're the bailiff, right? Yes, sir. Court Bailiff Mike Meekins at your service, sir. I've asked to meet with the bailiff at this court who let the magician escape. Let me try to make this as absolutely clear as possible for you, sir. It was me, sir. But you were a regular police officer once, right? Sometimes bad things happen to good people, sir. Something tells me it's a long story. Let's not go there. So you're in charge of security at the time of the vanishing. I'm dying over here. It's a hard knock life, sir. Thrown out of the precinct, lost my friends, my girl, and even my wallet. Guess I wasn't the only victim. You know, I think this was the lobby I used for my very first case. This plant has seen me grow from a rookie to an ace to a has-been. I hate you, plant. Just kidding. I guess his door was officially a prop in Zach Mary's last show. He passed through that lobby door and vanished. But to where? He choreographed the entire fateful trial according to his grand scenario. I hate magicians. I must have seen that painting 1,000 times, but I never really looked at it until now. I guess my head was too stuck in the trials. I never had time to stop and appreciate art. I have time now. Okay, let's appreciate. Actually, it's pretty lame. Looks like a pier on the lake somewhere. Looks like a nice piece to me. I actually took a nap on the couch once when I was still practicing roll. Boy, was that a mistake. I never even sit on the lobby sofas now. I never let my clients sit on them either. It's bad luck. The last time we met, you were a police officer, right? In fact, you're still wearing your uniform. Sir, I wish I didn't have to tell you this, but last year, tragedy struck a rising star at the precinct. I lost my case files 4 times in 3 days. They fired me. That takes real talent, actually. They don't know what they're missing. So here I am, sir, forced to start from square one, a lowly bailiff. But your uniform, I took it with me as a souvenir the day I was fired. That can't be legal. So you're the one who let the magician get away that day. I'm dying over here. A star rises among the court bailiffs, full of hope. Then tragedy strikes. Is there anything you can tell me about it? About Zach Grandmary's disappearance. The humanity. That's enough of that. Why, yes, I would say it was around 2 when I heard a commotion in court. I opened the door to see what might be amiss. The door slams open. Slam! And some guy's face is right there in front of me. Face. So, you saw someone suspicious coming your way? Yes, and I, being a bailiff of little standing, I gave chase. I chased that silk hat all the way down the hall, sir. I have a diagram of the court building here. There's courtroom number 7. That's where I was, sir. All by myself, nary a friend to call my own. Okay, and which way did Zach Mary run after bursting through the courtroom door? He went up like this and around the corner like that. So I, with no delay, ran after him with no delay. When I turned the corner, I saw that magic man run into the defendant lobby. Swiftly I ran. Following him, I threw myself boldly into the room. Why, I remember it like it was right here, because it was. Lobby number 2, sir. He ran into this room. I don't see any place to hide in here. Believe it or not, sir, I didn't believe it. Here, in this room, the magician, gone, vanished like a puff of smoke. Except there wasn't even any smoke. He was just gone. That's impossible. Yes, that word. Oh, how many times I have said that word. Even the sound of it causes me indescribable pain. I'm dying. I'm dying over here. Okay, I won't say it again. Promise. But you have to admit, it's difficult to vanish into thin air. Did you search the lobby? I searched. Why the pause? There was nothing here at all, sir. That's right, nothing was here, sir. How can you talk so loud and still be hiding something? So Zack was in this room when he vanished? Absolutely, sir. I saw him with my own eyes. That red silk hat, that flowing cape. He ran right in here, right inside this room. Silk hat, cape, that's Zack all right. But sir, look at the room. There's not a single place to hide. Sir, there was nothing I could do, but nothing, sir. What about now? Have any ideas? Sir? Ideas about what exactly, sir, if you don't mind me asking? You've had quite a bit of time since then. Has nothing occurred to you at all? Do you have any idea what trick he might have used to disappear like that? Cyclops, I should have known. My Magatama, one of the most prized possessions, which I got during a certain case. They can show me the locks on people's hearts, and if I can unlock their hearts, they'll tell me their secrets. The Magatama starts it all, and the Magatama ends it. Okay, Mr. Meekins, what do you know? Spit it out. Hey, hoo. What's with all the atmosphere in here all of a sudden? You know something, and I'm going to find out what. Zack Granmary vanished from this room. How did he do it? How, sir? Well, sir, I can't say as I... Sir, why are you so nervous if you aren't hiding something? Well, sir, you see, at the time, sir, I was here and... Listen, it was impossible. What could such a little girl possibly do anyway? What did you just say? Sir, did I just say something, sir? No, you screamed it through that megaphone of yours. There was someone else in the room, wasn't there? Sir, I'm going to have to invoke my right to remain in a state of not talking. It's okay, Meekins. You don't have to tell me who Zack's accomplice was. I know who was here in this room that day. Sir, I've never seen that girl until just the other day. Mr. Meekins, I'm not buying it. Sir, that day, she was here, in the room, sir, but he wasn't. You mean, you chased her into this room, not him? Sir, in my days as a police officer, literally days, I learned a thing or two. Okay, just one thing, but it was how not to mistake a girl for a 7-foot magician. 7 feet. Zack isn't that tall, is he? You have a point. I find it hard to imagine that anyone would mistake a little girl for Zack Granmary. But you saw something, and therein lies the trick. I think you know what it was, Mr. Meekins. Tell me, does this trick look familiar? What's that? That girl's favorite trick, the amazing Mr. Hat. She uses it in her show down at the Wonder Bar. Have you been to the Wonder Bar? So, it wasn't a waking dream, was it, sir? Could come again? That night, on stage, I saw a vision. Except it wasn't a vision. It was a hat. An amazing Mr. Hat. He really exists. I remember it clearly, though the details are a little vague. Zach Granmary exited the courtroom. I gave chase and cornered him in the corner room, sir. Zach Granmary, don't even think you can escape Meekins. Down on your hands, floor on your head. Hello? Something the matter, mister? No, that is... Sir, I'm currently chasing a suspect, sir. Zach Granmary, do you know him? Oh, I love Zach Granmary. His magic is the best. I'm his biggest fan. I see. That's why you're wearing that costume you're wearing. Anyway, that very same Zach came into this room, but no one's been in here except me. But he has to be in here somewhere. Under the sofa, in the trash can, behind the painting, under the rug. So, Trucy was his accomplice. Imagine my astonished surprise when, 1 week later, I just happened to walk into the bar and see him. Mr. Hat. I couldn't believe my own eyes. For a while I thought it had all been a long dream, a dream that lasted a week. But it wasn't the magician who disappeared. It was Mr. Hat. Though it seems complex, what really happened that day was quite simple. You were standing by the door, and out came Zach. But that wasn't all. Another person got in on the act, and she was standing in front of Bobby number 2, along with Mr. Hat. And that's the beauty of it, isn't it? So, while you are standing in shock and amazement, the magician rounds a corner and most likely runs through the closest door into lobby number 1. This is where you come in. You turn the corner in rather lukewarm pursuit. And at that very moment, Trucy runs into lobby number 2. Then all she has to do is tuck away the amazing Mr. Hat. Sir, I only lost sight of him for the briefest of moments. Then I saw that cape, Zach Granmary's red cape, fluttering like a cape. Astounding, sir. All my days of posing queries and making inquiries and chasing quarries, wasted. It was as if I could see them melting away, like an ice cream cone left by the side of the road to die, or the scattered remains of a messily eaten chocolate parfait. Such sweet sorrows. I'm sorry. I had no idea how much you had suffered on account of this case. It's an honor, sir. I've apologized to people many, many times, sometimes more than once, but this is the first time anyone's ever apologized to me. Actually, about that girl. I'm sort of her guardian now. Is that so? Sir, you should know that I harbor no ill feelings whatsoever in my harbor. Okay. I let the defendant escape. That's a stone cold truth. Just another step on my way from singing the blues to wearing the blues. Someday, sir, I'll be standing side by side with the great Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Meekins, this is a free ticket to the show at the Wonder Bar. If you want it, it's an honor, sir. Sir, I can't count the number of things I've had taken from me, sir. And no one's ever given me anything for free. Right. I'll see you in court next time then, sir. I look forward to it. All eyes were on Zack Granberry that day in court until his mysterious disappearance. Now part of the mystery's been revealed, but the magician remained out of sight. It would be 7 years before I met him again. I'll be taking my leave now. Still have some work to do back at the office. Then I guess I'll go back to my piano. To be honest, it's better that when you aren't playing. This frigid culinary dungeon almost feels uncomfortable. Later, then. 2 hours left on my shift. Wonder if we'll get any customers tonight. Do you know who I am? Who I am? No, but if you hum it, I can play it. Just kidding. I don't do requests. How about a different sort of request? You see, I play cards. Oh, a customer. Hold the fucking phone. Daddy? Zack Granberry? There's no way, right? I was just hoping someone would come in and save me from a night at the Keys. I seek a true competition. I have heard the Borscht Bowl Club is a place for this. Now I see the rumor is true, and this is a friend of yours. Oh, fuck. Not this creepy guy again. Don't mind me, I'm just your friendly neighborhood newsman. He will not be playing tonight. When his business is finished, I shall send him home. This competition will be between us, no others. The Right Talent Agency represents 2 artists, and I'm number 2. I play piano. Well, sorta. It's actually just a front for my real talent, which is playing poker. Don't ask me how I got started. I don't remember. But I'm good. Real good. It didn't take long for the rumors to get around. Go to the Borscht Bowl Club if you want a real game. That guy's never lost. People don't come to hear me tickle the ivory. They come to watch me play cards. Is this a seedy poker club? No, it's a restaurant. We don't play for high stakes. There's no money involved. But real players carry cash, and they're always thirsty. It's a handy source of income for the club owner. Then let's compete. I'll take you to the room. The hideout, yes. But before we go, yes, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shady Smith. I'm Brushel, Spark Brushel, news reporter. Oh, No, Phoenix Wright. You must always look a man in the eye when you make your introductions. You still do not know who I am. Have we met? Today in this courtroom, you cannot declare me guilty. What are you talking about? I am talking about this. Mr. Igmar, the defendants escaped. Find him, quick. Bailiff, close all exits from the building. On the double, he must not be allowed to escape. You can't be, but you're Zach Grant, so her daddy's dead. That's what you're telling me. Yes, the reincarnation act of the century. Pity I have only an audience of 1. You. Zach Grandmary, this must be a bad dream. In a sense, this guy ruined my life. You there. Da-da. We will play soon. Ready the room. Dad, I will be preparing the hideout for you. Are you really him? The Zach Grandmary? Now I am Shady Smith. Remember this. How many years has it been now? 6. In exactly 3 days from now, it will be 7. I caused you much inconvenience, I fear. Yeah, you could say that. Is she well? Trucy, I mean. She's fine. I've got her working already. Hope you don't mind. I need hardly express my gratitude, but you have it. This is why I have come. That, and to settle a matter of cards. By which you mean poker. Those eyes. He's serious. I despise losing above all else. And so I have decided that I will win tonight, no matter what it takes. I know this guy's type, and they are dangerous. Everything's about the competition. All else is secondary. Perhaps we should take this time to talk before we play. I know you have much to ask me. And I, you. I must say, it comes as quite a surprise. I never knew you played. I would do anything else if I could, Believe me, there's something you could help me with. You think you could make that piano disappear? It would help out in a lot of ways, really. You say the funniest things with the straightest face. People always tell me that, except I wasn't joking. One of the restaurant tables, this one's the closest to the piano, which makes it the hardest to eat at, I hear. On days when I'm playing, that is. What do you think about the ukulele? The sound is slight, the annoyance curtailed. A ukulele in a Russian restaurant. Then you must go to a Hawaiian restaurant. Hawaiian shirts don't go with my complexion. I give up. This is grape juice. Is it refreshing? I usually drink too much and it ends up making me thirsty. Oh, Mr. Wright, there's something inside that bottle. It's my business card. You aren't surprised at all. Perhaps you don't like magic. I sure felt surprised. Maybe I had my poker face on. Not a whole lot to look at, I guess. We competed that day 7 years ago, too. You must have been surprised, called to the detention center out of the blue. 2, 1. Showdown time. I lost. It's only a game of poker. A game I've played for a long time and only lost twice. Who was the first? The man I killed, of course. You choose your defense attorneys by playing poker. Some are hired, others fired. When you compete, you see a man's true nature. You know what I speak of. I know that you do. Trucy's power. Trucy, she is in a class of her own. For 7 years I've played poker here at the Porsche Bowl Club, and I've never lost once. I'm good, but not that good. I win because whenever there's a big game, I bring in Trucy, and she sends me signals. Daddy, he's got a good hand. You might have a chance if you act quick. Better call him soon. Can you tell me what her power is? Judging a person's thoughts by reading their reactions is a staple of performance magic. but those of Trucy's line possess far greater skill. Her line recalled you were the second man to whom I've lost. Magnifique Grand Mary, that was the first time I learned of this power, as you call it. Wait, so you're saying her power is genetic? It's just in the Grand Mary blood, or something. Blood. I am sorry, but it is not something told lightly to outsiders, and it is nothing you need to know at this time. It's some kind of Grand Mary secret, then. Fine. She's 15 this year. She's still trying her best to follow in your footsteps, you know? I see. When I planned my disappearing act, it was the thought of her alone that gave me pause. Wait, you were planning on vanishing from the get-go? Yes, and for that I must apologize. However, I could not be found guilty that day because of this. This. A transferal of rights. You see the signature. A transferal. That's Magnifique Grand Mary's signature, isn't it? I hereby give you all rights to the secrets, staging, and performance of my magic to the recipient named below. And the recipient's name is you, Zach Grand Mary. Yes, it is I. Wait, this page looks torn. You recall the diary, yes? So that's what was written on the last page, huh? First, take a close look at this diary. Note that a page has clearly been ripped out. As it just so happens, I have here what I believe to be the missing page. Oh wait, let me see that. How could I forget? That scrap of paper lost me my attorney's badge. This is the real page that was torn from the book. Magnifique gave it to me that night. You could have told me this earlier, like 7 years earlier. Once again, I must apologize. It was all I could do to prepare for my escape from that courtroom. The greatest of Magnifique Grand Mary's illusions are true art. As such, they are well protected by this document. Only its bearer may perform his illusions on stage. Sounds like a pretty important thing to have if you're his disciple. As the rightful heir to his art, I too wanted a rightful heir. Rightful. I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. And is that what was in the envelope with the Grand Mary seal on it that he gave us at the beginning of the trial? Is that why, Valiant was all like, "Ooh, what is that? What's in there? Is that why?" I'm sure you know who I chose as my successor. Your daughter. That is why I've risked all to come here tonight. Brushel, sir. There it is. There's the envelope. Ah, here you go. What's this? A letter passing the rights I have inherited to Trucy. I would have you sign here as a witness. But I'm not a lawyer anymore, and you need a public notary. Besides, I may not look it, but I'm certified notary. You are. By day I wear notary's glasses and hunt for news. Also by day I wear reporter's glasses and notarize. When I take off the glasses, I can't see very well. Your signature, please. This is the first reason I've come here tonight. I finally figured it out. Now I know why you've come out of hiding only now. It's been 7 years, you said. Precisely. There's a law that covers your situation. After 7 years, missing persons are considered to be legally deceased. So, if someone was to vanish from the face of the earth 7 years ago, they would lose all rights as a living person after 7 years from that day, not to mention all their possessions. Exactly, which is why I am here. I risk showing my face in public for the sake of this document. Before my 7 years are up, you might say I am securing my daughter's inheritance. But do you really need this document? Wouldn't Trucy inherit your estate automatically? Not in this case, I am afraid. This case. Yes, I received the performance rights from Magnifique Granberry. However, this was done in secret, without witnesses. Before Magnifique died, 2 potential successors to his repertoire were named. Myself, Zach Granberry, and Talent Granberry. Not Trucy. I see. So you do need this document. I have known Brushel since before I vanished. He is a man I trust. Now only 3 know of my rebirth. I took the liberty of looking into Trucy's background and found you had no other close kin. It is as you say. Okay. I was kind of hoping he would say something about the mother at this point. I know everyone else, but Trucy's mother is a mystery. My gut feeling is that Trucy's mother is the singer from the rock and roll case. The one whose name I keep not feeling like I'm saying right, and I can't think of it off the top of my head. The Siren. I have a feeling, gut feeling, that that is Trucy's mother. This person in the photo is Trucy's mother. How did you come by this? Trucy showed it to me. She said her mother was gone. Then it is so. She is gone. What more is there to say? Lots. I know. You're still here. According to my in-depth research, Trucy's mother, Magnifique Granberry's only daughter. End quote. What? Magnifique's daughter? Is that true, Mr. Zack? Brushel, you say too much. What? Why am I the bad guy? Why? Zack decked him. In any case, Mr. Wright, this discussion is over. Thalassa Granberry, she's the most mysterious of the whole lot. I need to gather me some more evidence. Clearly. Well, the prelude may have been longer than the main attraction. Shall we begin our game? My final competition. Final? Why? As you said, I have come out of hiding today to make this document legally binding. Once that is done, I shall slip once more underground without seeing your daughter. It would be best if I did not. 7 years ago we played. 7 years ago I lost. I already lost to Magnifique. I do not care to lose to another. And I've heard that you never lose. It's just a rumor. Yes, for it is impossible to never lose unless one has an ace up one's sleeve. As a magician, it causes me no end of irritation. To think a mere lawyer might be out there, pulling the wool over so many eyes. I just signed your document for you. Maybe you could try lightening up. That was that. This is this. For my final competition, I will destroy your perfect record, Phoenix Wright, just like I destroyed your lawyer career. This will be my final performance. You are warned. This guy is beyond serious, So much for a fun evening of cards. Brushel, you may leave. But it's your last game. I mean, what a scoop. I punch and I punch, but still it is not enough. I just remembered a future, prior engagement. Toodles, gentlemen. Oh, and nice meeting you, piano man. Then let us begin. Dior. Da? You'll be witness to our competition. Da is honor for me. Why haven't I seen her around here before? That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. You know him? After a fashion. Listen, Phoenix Wright. One can learn much from a true competition. Remember this. The Grammary power. I was close to understanding it, but I needed more, and I knew where to get it. Trucy's mother. I would need to meet that reporter again. That was clear. And one other thing. From the moment my final competition with Zach began that night, a name was running through my head. The name of a man now in prison. A name Zach Grammary knew, but how and why? Probably the man that did the forgery. Well, well, isn't this an unexpected surprise? What errand brings you down to my cramped confines? Gavin. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic, straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little teet-a-teet, right? You look well, Phoenix Wright. You too, Gavin. That envelope's been bothering me. Yellow envelope. Yellow envelope. It's not nice to peek at other people's mail. You get mail here in jail? That I do, though they read it first apparently. Still, I am allowed the pleasure of correspondence. Packages and the like are a different matter, however. Looks like sneaking a peek is out of the question. It's strange, you know. Here I am in solitary, and yet the books keep piling up. Looks like you've got more than books up there. Yes, my collection. I have a few friends in the prison staff. They show me a little kindness. Just a little. That's some chair. Just looking at it makes me want to take a seat. You would probably have to add a whole digit to the price of one of my office chairs. And here, a comfortable chair is the most valuable thing in the world. You would have to add 2 digits to the price of the standard prison issue chair for this. Those prison chairs don't look so bad either. Maybe I should redecorate. Nice roses. You taking care of this one here? Yes, she's surprisingly delicate, you know? Requires careful tending, but she is my best friend, as they say. Best. Come on, now I'm starting to feel bad for you. Of course, she's known to bite if handled roughly. Your rose bites. I was speaking of the photo next to the rose. My retriever, Bongo, cute but feisty. Every dog has its thorn. Life has been full of surprises for both of us. I've no doubt you never expected to lose that attorney's badge of yours. And I'll bet you never expected to wind up here. Shady Smith was the name of the man you killed. Did you know who he really was? Who he was? Zach Granberry, you know, the defendant. I remember him, of course. But you say Smith was Zach? Impossible. Don't even try to tell me it was a coincidence. What did I just say? Life is full of surprises, don't you think? After that trial, you were arrested and found guilty, but your motive was never made clear. A mistake I plan to remedy. You're not an attorney anymore, Phoenix Wright. What possible conclusion do you think this investigation of yours can lead to? I killed a man named Smith with a bottle because I am an evil human being. Isn't that enough? Not for me, it isn't. I need to know why you did it, Gavin. You recall that case 7 years ago? Yes, the trial where Zach Granberry pulled his famous vanishing act. My brother won his fair share of praise and adoration for that trial, as I recall. Genius prosecutor reveals crooked attorney, was it? That was when I met you, wasn't it? Was it now? Bar Association Review Board voted unanimously for the strictest punishment. Unanimous, save for one dissenting opinion. Yours. It was my brother who was responsible for putting you in that position. After all, for 7 years we've been friends, and yet I still don't understand you. But right, your friendship toward me was never pure. You suspected me then as you still do now, don't you? Honestly, right now, I'm not sure what I think. You didn't just brain a guy with a juice bottle for no reason. Tell me why you did it. Persistent, aren't you? I came here because I remembered something. The night of our game, Zach Granberry mentioned your name, Kevin. That reminds me. I saw a familiar face as I entered this restaurant. He did not seem to notice me, however. Gavin, I believe was his name. After that, he was killed, and I asked you to help me, because I remembered your kindness back when everyone had turned on me. I have to know. Why did you kill Shaddy Smith? No, Zach Grammarly. And another lock. I'm starting to get a feeling that every
Stream
location
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
has a lock, and that's what we're supposed to do, is we're supposed to figure out all the locks. I've never seen these psych locks like these. Dark, cold, full of despair. Can I even unlock these things? Something wrong, right? No, it's nothing. You shouldn't push yourself so hard. Life is to be taken easy, you know? He's doing his nails. You're thinking, what self-respecting man would use nail polish? Not really. I know appearances are a big thing with you. You know what I say? One cannot live a beautiful life without beautiful nails. First rate in all things, except nothing less. That certainly does look like a first-rate nail polish. I like the sparkly bottle. It's crystal. If you're so drawn to it, please have one. It's on me. I figured you would come here sooner or later. I decided on sooner. True, Misham, was it? I haven't done anything illegal, and I didn't come here to whine about past events. I wanted to ask you some questions. I suppose you have that right. That day, the entire court descended into chaos. Only you stood still, your eyes calmly watching. I admit it made quite an impression on me. I'm used to finding myself in outrageous situations. Phoenix Wright, was it? I'll answer what I can. I'm not sure, but it feels like I'm being watched intensely. This is my daughter. Vera, say hello. She's gone. Shall we begin then? What's this painting here? That's one of mine. It's an illustration for a book. It's not on sale yet, of course, but I thought it might be a good business. As a father, I'd like to be able to put food on my daughter's table. Not a feeling I know anything about, at least not yet. Going home by any chance? No, I was just checking out the door. Good thing I'm far too stubborn to take hints like that. Paints are scattered all around, probably the ones he's currently using. There's something very artistic about a messy room. Not that this is anything compared to my office. I guess I would make my office a masterpiece. Paints and pigments are lined up on the shelves with some noticeable gaps. It's embarrassing, but I can't afford all the paints I want. I insist on buying the ones I use with my own money. I can see how you'd want to do that, sure. Perhaps you've heard that you can make any color, as long as you have the three primary colors. Well, it's a lie. Poor guy. You use these gizmos for painting. They're pretty elaborate. Those, those aren't for painting. They are for analyzing paint composition, age, every conceivable angle. Tools of the forgery trade, I guess. There are some finished paintings stacked here. They don't look all that bad, really. I'll sell you one for 50 cents. That's okay. They look kind of heavy. Maybe he needs to work on his sales technique a bit. Maybe I'll just sidle on over here for a closer look. That's a pretty bottle. Don't touch that, please. I'll get in trouble. It belongs to Vera, you see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it. She looks at it often. There's a light pink fluid inside. Nail polish, I'm guessing. What's this red envelope? Don't touch that. It's quite important. The painter's face just changed hues. Guess I had better behave, though it's tempting to just grab it. This is you and Vera. Yes. We took that one quite recently. I know, I'm a painter. Why not paint a portrait instead? I've never been that good at people, unfortunately. Right. Shouldn't you practice? That's an awful small frame. What's that inside it? A stamp? Please don't touch that. I'll get in trouble. That stamp belongs to Vera. You see? She always puts it somewhere she can see it. That's Zack and Val-Ant, the Grandmarys, isn't it? The post office issued that commemorative stamp last year, when the Grandmarys were at the height of their popularity. Not anymore, now that one of them has vanished off the face of the earth. Two of them. Vera went to see one of their shows when she was quite small. She's been a dedicated fan ever since. She watched them every time they came on TV. Until the end. I see. The stamp's quite hard to come by, I hear. I still wonder how she got her hands on it. And that's an awfully small frame. There's a commemorative stamp of the Grandmarys inside. Judging from this place, you're a painter. Not, sadly, a profitable one. I've never sold a painting. It's a source of considerable embarrassment. I would be able to get by were it only me, your daughter. Her mother grew weary of me and left. I don't want her to grow up needy, Mr. Wright. And that is why I began my other occupation. forgeries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I know what it is that I do. More than half of the paintings they bring me are stolen, and who knows what my copies are used for. But some of your works aren't paintings, correct? You may not believe me when I tell you this, but that was my first work outside of painting. What? To think it would be used as evidence in a murder trial? I never even imagined the possibility. Then why did you take the job? I was well paid. Very well paid. I think he feels worse about it than I do. The past is hard to escape. Honestly, the sooner I can put this behind me, the better. With apologies to you, of course. Sorry, but it's not going to be quite so easy. He's trying to forget what he made. Looks like I'll have to remind him. Your work. Don't try to pretend you've forgotten. Sure, all you did was make a copy, but that copy might have destroyed the life of an innocent man. I'm responsible too, which is why I have to know. And you have to tell me. I knew it would be difficult to escape this. Then let's talk. Well then, ready to tell me about this work you did. It was unlike anything I had attempted before. I guess it would be a little different from paintings. That is not what I mean. In all my previous work, it sufficed to create a copy. This wasn't a copy. The client gave me two things that day. The first was a sample page as reference. Second, a printed document I could only surmise was written by my client. So you use the real writing as a reference to reproduce what the client wrote. Yes, as I said, it was my first job of that nature. So, who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really, even for such a suspicious request. If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I never met them. Not personally, A psychlock, of course. It seems like you're still hiding something. Something about this work. Let's hear it then. What are you hiding from me, Mr. Misham? I'm sorry, but I really don't know. I never met the client. True, when I asked the client's name, there were no psychlocks in sight. Regardless, you're hiding something. You have to be, otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Why are you doing this to me? Well, I've made my stand. No backing down now. So, what's Misham hiding? I can pretty much piece together what it is from what you said. Well, what is it then? You told me what you knew about the client, and I couldn't see any psychlocks. Psycholocks? Is that some sort of asylum security, or a new hairstyle perhaps? But then they did show up, didn't they? Who was your client? As I said in court, I do not know. Really, even for such a suspicious request. If it was me, I would want to know as much as I could about the requester. I I never met them. No, not personally. Not personally. Those words triggered the psych lock. Again with the psycho locks. Now I really must know what they are. So you didn't meet with the client, but someone else did. Maybe the real forger behind this evidence. Perhaps I'm hung up on this lock business. I'm afraid you've lost me. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to talk about psych locks. As long as I come to the right conclusion, it doesn't matter how I got there. And your conclusion is, the real forger behind this wasn't you, Mr. Misham. Papa Peacock, I don't know what you're talking about. That's my work, I tell you. Made here in my studio. Who else could it have been but me? That's the real question, isn't it? If the if the forger wasn't you, then I don't have any other people to choose from. The real forger at Drew's studio is... The real forger is your daughter, Vera Misham, isn't it? Ridiculous. My daughter's only 12 years old, Mr. Wright. I've always been more on one for landscapes, not surrealism. Nice comeback, but you're shaking in your boots. I've got you now. The only two people with access to the studio are you and your daughter. The Cyclops tell me that you're not the forger, which makes your daughter the only possibility. I feel very much on the verge of going psycho-lock myself. I don't know how you knew, but you're right. The one who made this page was my daughter, Vera, not I. She's only 12, a genius you might call her. A precocious little girl outshining her father. There's been a lot of that going around recently. I let her play in the studio, and she watched me. She taught herself in that way. The drafting tools and analytical devices I bought when they became necessary. They're my little girl's playthings now. Do I detect a bit of fatherly pride? So Vera was the one who made this page. Would she know who the client was then? Actually, the client came once here to the studio. What? Why didn't you say so sooner? But their face was covered and they did not want to talk to me. So they talked to your daughter. I will speak only with the artist, the client told me. Then that little girl is the key to our mystery client's true identity. Okay, what do I do now? Maybe I should talk to her father a bit more. Or is it time to turn my attention to Vera? Mr. Misham, I have a request. Let me guess. You would like to speak with my daughter. Can I? My daughter has never been one to talk to strangers. She's quite shy, extremely slow, actually, with only one exception, which was, oddly enough, it was that client. I left the studio while they talked and returned when they had finished, and she was laughing. It was the first time I had seen anything of the sort. Please let me speak with her. All right. This could be tough. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. I can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. Vera, was it? Would you like to have a friendly chat? I'm Phoenix Wright, ex-lawyer and pianist. I'm still looking for the keys that say do, re, mi. Can't find them anywhere. I'm no good at this. I need something to get through to this girl. And then there's this. My stamp. Hey, she spoke. She can talk. Cast of the stamp. How can I keep her talking? Isn't Truth Grammary amazing? Yes. I especially like those two, Zack and Valiant. I mean, they're just so magical. Aren't they? Aren't they? Yeah. Whenever I go to one of their shows, I'm like, whoa, magic, you know? Me too, me too. I love them. They're so cool. It's like magic. Yeah. Alright, she's talking. Not saying much, but it's a start. I went and saw them with Father the other day. The opening ceremony at the Grammary Museum of Magic. The Grammary, the museum, they have one of those. I guess it makes sense now that they have their own commemorative stamp. So, have you been to one of their shows? Just once when I was little, with Father. The Grammarys on stage. It was like a dream. Disappearing, reappearing, cutting apart, putting back together. They do it all. Yeah. Maybe you can keep telling me stuff like this. You know about Zack and Valiant, maybe. Sure. Better get asking before she changes her mind. I don't go outside much. I like to paint in here. Why don't you like the outside? There's bad people out there. Well, true, there are lots of good people too. Actually, I should tell you, she was almost kidnapped once. Kidnapped? Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. I see. Wait, but that doesn't make sense. She says she went to the Grammary Museum. With you, in fact. Yes, actually, she was quite insistent on it, much to my surprise. That was the first and last time she expressed such a desire to me. That person gave me a good luck charm. A good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. From that client, actually. She won't tell me what it was. Father, I told you to keep that a secret. From that client. This I have to hear about.
Spin Dash Diva said, "You're muted."
Indeed I was, for I went to go get some more water. Thank you for the tip, though. It is nice to know in case I am trying to not be muted. But, yeah, I was aware at that point. Anyway, the 4 trees. And it doesn't help that I keep coughing either. That's also not helping. My throat's still not completely over these allergies.
Spin Dash Diva said, "Ah, okay, sorry about that. I didn't know."
No, it's all good. I would much rather people notify than be not sure, because the one time they don't is the one time I think I'm not muted. You know, it's much better to be informed. Much better to be informed. Your father tells me you're good at painting all sorts of things. I really like painting a lot. Father is always very happy when I paint them exactly the same. So you did this too. Yes, that was my first job. Your first. All I used to do was paint the same thing I saw, but this was totally different. The pen slips in the way the writer held the pen and the pressure on the nib. I had to use a microscope and analyze it on the computer. She seems happy. Odd, her work was the last nail in the Graham Mary coffin. I don't think she knows that though. She was just proud she did a good job for her papa. I guess no one told her. They're the best in the world. You mean true Graham Mary? Of course. Father gave it to me. Your father. But I asked him about it. He didn't know how you got it. I guess I just took it. Took it. Father got a letter from that person. That person? You mean that letter was from the client? We talked about the Graham Marys forever that day. I'm sure that's why I was sent that stamp. I didn't want to just send it back, so I took it. They're a sneaky one, this client, so they were trying to get on her good side. So you met the person that asked you to do this job, and you talked with them. What's this about a good luck charm you received? I can't talk about it. If I do, it won't work anymore. That's what I was told. Yeah, but I really have to know. Right, time to do some psych unlocking. You seem to trust this client quite a lot, in fact. Because they gave you the stamp. No, that's not why. They listened to me, to my problem. The problem that keeps her inside all the time. Don't go outside if you don't want to. That's what they told me. But when I absolutely have to go out, all I had to do was use a good luck charm. A good luck charm that your client gave you. I think I know what your client might have given you, actually. Is this your good luck charm? This was what they gave you, wasn't it? The same bottle's over there on your desk. Your good luck charm, right? I heard once, cosmetics once thought to ward off evil. This is a magic bottle. It has the same power. Of course it does. I'll just refrain from commenting any more on that one. I think I know who gave you that bottle, actually. The one who asked you to do this job. Was this the client? This man is a friend of mine. Know him? His name is Christoph Gavin. He's a lawyer, actually. I... I promise. I promise not to tell. I'm sorry, I can't talk about the client. I promise. And if I break my promise, the spell won't work. I don't need a name anymore. I've got my answer. You're pretty confident in this charm, then. I think they might be the devil. Or maybe an angel. Well, what do you mean? I saw it, or I think I saw it, when they gave me this. I saw the devil's face. Are you saying the client's face looked like the devil's? No, the client was gentle, with a gentle smile. So, where did you see this devil then? It was so quick I don't remember well. But that's when I knew that person wasn't like other people. That's why I believe in my good luck charm. I'm not sure what this devil she saw was, but it's pretty clear that Christoph Gavin has her charm. Well, I think that's all. I'll be leaving now. I am sorry for what happened. If you want to apologize, try my client, Zach Grammarly. Did I do something bad? What makes you think that? Your eyes, they're sad. Very sad. I'll put on my smile next time I come. Promise. I hope to see you smile then too, Vera. Okay. Take care. Thinking back on my first encounter with the young forger, I witnessed something of vital importance that day. Of course, by the time I realized it, it was already too late. What strange sight doth mine eyes behold? Excuse me. Two men on either side of a single transparent pane. Yet it seems fickle fate has switched sides, so to speak. The forger of fakes walks freely, while the innocent languishes within these plexiglass confines. There's been no proof that I forged anything, nor proof that I took the life of my dear mentor. Yet these chains cannot hold me for long. The stage awaits, and what, may I ask, awaits you? A little piano in a cold little hole in the wall. But since you are here, what shall we discuss? The shooting of Magnifique Grammarly for one. Who pulled that trigger? Valen, or his partner, Zach? His partner vanished before the answer could be found. If I'm going to get any closer to the truth, this is the place to start. That guard keeps stealing glances in this direction and scratching his head. Maybe our resident magician showed him a trick or two. Smile, you're on candid camera. I just had to say it. old habits die hard. Maybe I should do a few tricks for the viewers at home. That almost looks like a different camera than the other one in the present. I have to hand it to my partner. He knows how to make an exit. Yes, he made my attorney's badge disappear, and he never even touched it. Glory's spotlight always leaves someone weeping in the shadows. Yet his very disappearance is itself a revelation, revealing what? Zach Granberry killed Magnifique. It's as good as a signed confession. That's certainly been public opinion's take on it. I grow tired of my cage, and the time of my release is near. I must go and prepare. Planning on jumping back into the magic right away. As long as an audience waits with bated breath, there will be Valiant. And also, yes, now that my partner has disappeared, Magnifique's repertoire is mine. Valiant Granberry has a tradition to uphold. Is that true? Seen in this light, the trial was quite good to me. Verdict or no. And you can't pay for that kind of publicity. The suspicion on you hasn't lifted entirely, Valiant. After all, you received one of those letters too. You were just as obligated to follow Magnifique's instructions as your partner. So I was, but only Zach Granberry followed them. Let us not speak any more of who shot what. Now that my partner has vanished, the question is moot. I'm more interested in learning something else, actually. What might that be? I want to know what Magnifique had up his sleeve. How could he coerce you and your partner to kill him? The trick up his sleeve. Perhaps you do not know. Know what? A great magician never reveals his secrets. I didn't think it would be that easy. The audience must remain forever in the audience, bathing in the reflected glow of the spotlight. I'm flying by the seat of my pants on this one. There must be a path leading from the evidence to the truth. And that's what I'm going to find. To ask someone to take a life, even one not long for this world, as asking someone to commit murder. Yes, our mentor was fond of dramatic moves and dramatic finales, and he got his wish. His life was taken. What weakness could be so powerful as to coerce someone into committing murder? I guess it was a matter of life or death. Care to explain? Your troupe lived in a world of showmanship. The flashier, the better. And flashy so often means danger, doesn't it? Let us make this as painless as possible. If you have proof of this danger, then show it. Why, that's one of ours. Specially designed for your show, I gather. A single bullet, one shot. What are you suggesting? We are magicians, Mr. Wright, not murderers. I'm not crying murder, Mr. Valiant. I'm crying something far more tragic. An accident. Zach and Valiant's quick draw shoot 'em. How long has it been since those shots were last heard? Was the shoot 'em cancelled because someone might get hurt? Of course, what other reason could there be? Well, it could have been cancelled because someone had already been hurt. Fascinating, my Faustian forging friend. But tell me, what can you prove with a single pistol? Well, tell me what would have happened if there had been an accident. What if one of your bullets took a life on stage? The performance of magic is not concerned with what ifs, it is concerned with precision. Precisely whom do you claim me shot? Looks like I've chosen the right path. Let's just hope he walks it with me. A life was sacrificed so that the show might go on, and this shows who it was. But that's Zack Granmary's wife and Trucy's mother. Thalassa, I believe, was her name. Alakazam! But how can you say this? How can you say she was struck by one of our bullets? Still in denial mode, Thalassa was at the greatest risk of being shot, and this clearly shows just how much danger she was in. Troupe Granmary's performances were very, very popular. So popular they even made a commemorative stamp at the height of your fame. We were not merely the latest craze, we were an age, a golden age. It's all here on the stamp. There's Thalassa, yes. Trucy's mother is missing, I hear. What happened to her? I don't know. A part of his memory is still locked up. There is one thing you're failing to address. What's that? As you say, our troop was a world unto itself. If our leader Magnifi was so inclined, he could hide anything he wished with ease. But Mr. Wright, then he would have hit a crime, making him an accomplice. Not a great foundation for blackmail. Valance got a point. One of the troop members died in an accident, and Magnifi covered it up. His innocence would come into question. Found the right address, Mr. Wright. I'm so close. There has to be something. About how Thalassa's death could affect Zack and Valiant's relationship with Magnifi. I see in your eyes you still have something to say. How can you possibly prove more than you already have? I'll prove why Thalassa's accident tied your hands so completely. It's going to take a little knowledge of the players to crack this one. The accidental death of Zack's wife tied both your hands, and this information proved why Magnifi held so much power over you. It wasn't a question of who shot Thalassa. Thalassa herself was the problem. What do you mean? She was Zack Granmary's wife, Trucy's mother, and Magnifi Granmary's only daughter. There was a terrible accident, and the two of you killed your mentor's only daughter. If that wasn't the key to Magnifi's power over you, I don't know what was. It was an accident. There's no proof, none at all, but Thalassa went missing, and your mentor blackmailed both of his disciples. It doesn't take a genius to put one and one together. Ours was a complex family. I mean Troupe Granmary, Master Magnifi Granmary, his only daughter, and his two disciples. That does sound like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? Do not be tempted into faulty flights of fancy. Yes, there was an accident, but that is all it was. An accident. Zack and Valiant's tour de force. The guns blaze, the bullets fly, straight toward that beautiful body on stage. And then crash, zing, pow, into everything but her. Now that is magic. It happened one day when we were practicing, same trick with a new twist, and tragedy. But as for whose bullet stole Thalassa's life, we shall never know the answer. Thalassa disappeared from our lives, and Zack was bereft of his wife. Trucy lost her mother, and Magnifi his daughter. And that led to blackmail, I take it. It is all part and parcel of the darkness that comes when the curtain falls. Why did Magnifi Grandmary try to cover up the accident? It was his own daughter who died. All I can say is it was a critical time for Troop Grandmary, a passing of the torch from Magnifi to Zack and Valent. We all sacrificed so that it might be a success. Thalassa's death was the greatest sacrifice of all. Yet, even when her life was extinguished, her presence was not. What do you mean? In time, we, myself and Zack, found we could no longer oppose Magnifi's wishes. Magnifi forced us to perform his art for his benefit. I see. I guess I can understand. I mean, he did lose his only daughter, but you did not find cowardice in his actions. To decide to hide the truth of your own daughter's death is one thing, but then to hang that death as a guillotine above our heads. Things were dark behind the scenes in Troop Grandmary, that's for sure. Does Trucy know? She was not told. Naturally, who would want to know that their father might have taken their mother's life? And their grandfather's. At least, that's the theory here. True. I had not thought of that accident for a very long time. I'm sorry to dredge up old memories, but this has helped a lot. Not to find Magnifi's slayer, I should think. True. After that accident, there was one who came sniffing quite persistently. A reporter. He called himself a newsman at the time. Often I spied him lurking about the dressing room, doing his research. Would you happen to remember his name? What was his name? Sorry, I have forgotten. But in the course of his interviewing, he became quite close to my partner, Zack. I liked him not. I see. His name I do not recall, but his scent, the cloying aroma of mint. Yes, whenever he smiled, which was far too often. I see. Thanks for your help. It does no good to interfere with the past, Mr. Wright. You'll not uncover answers, only wounds. I'm sorry. I had begun to notice a dark curtain hanging over Troop Grandmary, and I began to realize what I had to do. I had to protect Trucy from that darkness. The reporter he mentioned, the newsman, I never learned who that was at the time, though I've got a pretty good idea who it is now. That smile and the sickly sweet smell of mint. The last floss-thin thread connecting Zack Grandmary to this world. Sooner or later, I would have to track him down. And that's all the past done, I guess. So now we've got to do the present. Okie dokie. Well, 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 what do we have here? Remember me? Of course I remember you. Journalist meets ex-attorney in bar, end quote. Can I ask what you're doing here? Mr. Misham was poisoned, and his daughters. Oh, yes, I know. Oh, how I know. Yes. It's caused me no end of grief, to be honest. Journalist wishes he had tracked down case just a little quicker. End quote. Were you on the trail of this case the whole time? Zach Granberry was a good friend.
Spin-Diva said, "Oh no, not the creep."
Yeah, he's back. He is back, unfortunately. Zach said something to that effect back at the Borscht Bowl Club. What a character, what a man. If a little, no, a lot, no, extremely rough around the edges. Do you think I could ask you a few questions? Oh, are you serious? I mean, I'm usually the interviewer, not interviewee. Journalist asks
Spin-Diva
questions.
said, "He's grabbing his titties."
Again, yes, he does seem to like to do that. Journalist asks questions, not other way around, end quote. Fine, shoot, I don't care. People have been asking me all sorts of things lately. This is where Mr. Misham fell. Never thought our 7-year reunion would be quite like this. Wait, you knew Mr. Misham? I met him once, in court. It was a brief meeting, but one I'll remember for the rest of my life. Now that's a story right there, that is. I smell askew. Ex-attorney now down on his luck. Pianist plays Sonata of Sorrow. End quote. I'm all ears. Let's have it. Don't hold anything back. Could you at least get rid of the down on his luck part? The door outside. Vera might come walking in at any moment if she wasn't in intensive care. Will she ever come through that door again? I wonder. Those 3 paintings, all Drew's works, of course, which is to say, Vera's works really, or to be more precise, Vera's forgeries of someone else's works. Of course, if you demand utter and total precision. Actually, there's nothing more. I was about to say. A drafting table, probably for making detailed designs for forgeries. You know what I think about that? I'll tell you. Painting should be done freehand. No rules, no restrictions. You really think a line drawn by a ruler is going to move anyone? I smell a letter to the editor. Could you write an article with a ruler? End quote. Unless you wanted a ruler to write the address on your blackmail letter straight. That's what I think. You can quote me on it too. You could drop this guy on a deserted island and he wouldn't get bored. That's an odd assortment of equipment to find in a painter's studio. Of course it makes more sense when you know they were making forgeries. I guess that's why they never took visitors here. Wouldn't really want people seeing all this. Yes, in fact, I was the first human being ever to set foot inside the studio. Other than Mr. Misham, of course. Oh, and Vera, too. And this is assuming that I'm human, of course, which I'm not frankly sure you are, with how creepy your body language is. I would not be surprised if you're actually an alien or a clown or something. Especially when you do shit like that. I'm beginning to have my doubts. Yeah, me too, Phoenix, me too. Look at all the jars of paints and pigments. Why are there so many jars of the same color? My guess is that they're sorted by age. Age. When you're making a portrait, it's important to match the age of the original. See? Paint compositions change a lot over the years. Oh, right. Did you learn that in journalism school? Journalist relies on writing skill and imagination. End quote. As long as you don't do news stories by imagination. Either that or they just bought a lot of the same color by mistake. I find myself not caring anymore. Let's take a closer look at that desk. This frame looks even smaller sitting next to that photo. Just the right size for a commemorative stamp indeed. A commemorative stamp that put there by a daughter that killed her father. Sometimes life just sucks. Amen. A frackin' men. A picture of a young Mr. Misham and a very young Vera. They're smiling. They look happy. Of course, now Mr. Misham's passed away, and Vera's on death's doorstep in the hospital. Guess I'll just do what I can and hope it's enough. I just have to do that when I see this pose. I can't believe it's been 7 years. I have to stop torturing myself with these things. I know, I'll just pretend it's saying something else. The post office? Why, it's right over there. Good day, sir. Or you could just move the hand if you really wanted to. I mean, nobody's stopping you from moving it. The envelopes from the client who requested that forgery. Just think if that had gotten lost in the mail.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I would still be wearing my attorney's badge. It was tragic what happened to Drew Misham and his daughter. Forgery is a serious crime, and they paid the price. You know what really did them in, though, don't you? Yes, a forged diary page.
Spin-Diva said, "I saved a baby bird yesterday. He was so cute, smiling face with hearts."
I think I remember you saying that yesterday, yeah. How is the little fellow doing? He looks like he's doing okay. It is important to take care of the pretty animals' friends. I do hope the little birdie is doing okay. The night I interviewed him, I found out something about Mr. Misham I hadn't known. What's that? You know, he always felt like he was being watched. Every day for 7 years. Walls have ears, potatoes have eyes. End quote. Being watched? You mean he felt guilty? No, I'm not talking about feelings here. You know, I felt watched too. The whole time I've been on this case, no less. Journalist gets tingling sensation on back of neck. Freaks out. End quote. Because you felt guilty. Why would I feel guilty? You felt like you were being watched. I wonder what it all means.
Spin-Diva said, "He's still in his nest. Hopefully the parents have been feeding them."
That can be a problem sometimes. I don't know how true it is since I'm not an expert, but I've heard something about how sometimes birds won't if humans touch them because of the scent. So that is a bit of a concern to be sure. but hopefully he's being taken care of very well. Every spring, I always have baby birds on my air conditioner, and I always get worried that they're going to be um, injured somehow. Birds. Drew Michan felt like he was being watched, and you along with him. You sure it wasn't just nerves? And I have a window AC, so that's why I mean by air conditioner, because my computer's really near it. So during the spring, sometimes my mic will pick it up. So fair warning, during the spring you might sometimes hear birds, because they're like right there. Nerves? No, it's nothing so mundane. I stopped paying attention to my nerves a long time ago. I felt it too. Journalist sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Granmary got rubbed out after 7 years, right after coming into contact with me? He completely vanishes from that courtroom. Then for 7 years he talks to no one, not a soul. Then, just as the remaining time was almost up, he contacts me in order to have this made. And then he dies. Starting to put the pieces together, are we? And you were being watched this whole time. Maybe not just me. Maybe you were too. Me. I met Zach through that case, actually. You mean the shooting of Magnifique Granmary? No, before that. It's not widely known. You mean the accident during the quick draw shoot-'em practice? My, you're well informed. You should have seen me back then. I had dug up quite the scoop. I wanted it all. Money, fame, women, a little puppy. All for me. I was younger then, and my days and nights smelled of fresher mint than they do now. Valiant Granmary did mention one particularly nosy reporter. In fact, I was on close speaking terms with Magnifique Granmary at the time. I knew his daughter too, of course. Thalassa, was it? Really? Then Thalassa disappeared, quite suddenly at that. And Magnifique wouldn't say a word about it. Yeah, my evil habit got the better of me. Journalist catches scent of the scoop, goes on feeding frenzy. End quote. I set up a one-on-one interview with Thalassa's husband, see? Zach Granmary. Something strange was in the air over at Trent Granmary in those days. The whole screwy mentor-controlling disciples scene started right then, I'm guessing. Thalassa, she was part of it all, right? Come on, you can tell me, off the record. Sorry, I don't know. Anyway, I kept prying and eventually became friends with Zach. Sure, he punched me once or twice, or 5 times, but over time he came to see me as his confidant. He's been waiting this whole time, 7 years, waiting for his big comeback, of course, a big revival of the Magnifique miracle. Of course, it was all a dream, because of this, the performance
Stream
rights.
Elements said, "Stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate."
In the absence of any official documents, he was golden. Who's to say the old man didn't give his rights to both Zach and Valiant? So Valiant waited until Zach died, legally at least. The time finally comes, and Valiant's like a kid on Christmas morning. He's getting ready for a show at the Sunshine Coliseum, you know? If that document sees the legal light of day, it's going to put a bit of a damper on the big show. He's a sorry one, that Valiant Granmary. Lost out to his partner at work, and in love too. Love. It's the same old story, really. 2 disciples of their mentor's only daughter. What has 3 sides and all of them pointing? A love triangle. That is pretty classic. When you're in the performing troupe, that's your world. It's like family, one with an entire high school's worth of drama, intrigue, and backstabbing. And in the middle of this, Thalassa has Trucy, and then she dies. I need to find out more about this Thalassa. Mr. Brushel, do you know this person? Do I know that person? Of course. I was friends with Zack after all. He hit me a few times. 5 times, actually. But still, I would never forget his wife. Thalassa Granberry. Magnifique Granberry's only daughter.
Flassus said. Best viewers on asterisk asterisk. Spin Dash Diva said. Bye.
Do you think you could tell me more about her? Well, why the heck not? So Thalassa married Zack and had Trucy soon. It was her second marriage, actually. You mean she was divorced? I hadn't heard this one before. Not quite. Her late husband was a performer too. Apparently he died during some gig.
Spin
Tragic,
Dash Diva
really.
said. Good riddance blazes.
They had only been married 1 year. I didn't know, but she was a beauty. I still carry a portrait photo of her around, you know? Hold up, hold up. Am I crazy? Or is that bracelet the exact same one Apollo has on his wrist? I swear if Apollo turns out to be Trucy's brother, that would be crazy. I've known Trucy since she was a little thing too. She got the better deal, really. She's got you for family after all. What do you mean? Just reminiscing, you know? Thalassa has another... Holy fuck. Apollo is Trucy's brother. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. What? But Trucy said she was an only child. Yes, this one she had with her previous husband. Her previous husband. Her first husband who died during a performance. Yep, they had themselves a kid. Another orphan now. That's another one who slipped through the cracks. No idea where they are now. Thalassa had another child. Do you think I could borrow that photo? Sure, I can be generous on occasion, you know? Holy sh... Was not expecting that at all. I won't need this locket anymore. Better return it to Trucy before I forget. People and events all get tangled together and get bigger and bigger. Don't you think? I was too busy wondering about bigger to listen to what you were saying. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you won't be able to untangle it all, I think. Maybe so, but still, I have to do what I can, and I have to tell what I find to those who come next. Next, you say? I'm not the one who will close the curtains on this little play. Apparently that's not my role anymore. Magnifique. I was just wondering what Magnifique would think of all this. What do you mean? Haven't you seen it in Trucy? She's got his power, as does his other grandson apparently. You mean how I can't lie to Trucy? It was the same with Maggie and with his daughter, Thalassa. It's a strange thing. You think it's some grand married genie. Maggie told me once, back when Zack married Thalassa. He said Zack had good eyes, but not good like a grandmary's eyes. Not that good. I wonder if Zack ever played a game of poker with his wife. Oh, he poked her all. Who knows what the grandmary's secret was? Maybe nobody, now that Zack's gone. Zack Grandmary. The plot had finally begun to reveal itself.
Said, what was that?
Oh, it was definitely not a lewd joke. No, not me. It sprouted from a warp in the Grandmary fabric and grew, swallowing everything, wrapping itself around the Grandmary's power. A power which passed from Magnifique Grandmary to Thalassa to the next generation, and I'd once again need to meet the one who bridged it all together.
Spin-Diva said, that's totally Zack.
Yep, that is totally Zack. I have to know more about this power of Trucy's. It's like she can see right into people's minds. So Trucy lost her father that day apparently. On that very first case? Yeah. It's like she can see right into people's minds. The first time I saw her do it, it blew mine. And after you were done having your mind blown, you took her to play cards with you. Gotta use the resources at hand, I always say. Yet I myself have no such power. But Trucy does. Why is that? Maybe Trucy got her power from her mother, Thalassa Grandmary. I will not speak of that. Thalassa is officially missing, correct? And I think I know why you don't want to talk about her. The three of you were a team once. Not that the entire country doesn't already know this. At your peak, you were the biggest stars around. Yet there's another story behind the fame, one that not many know. Thalassa lost her life during a rehearsal to Hugh and Valiant Grandmary's bullets. It was an accident. It wasn't me. How could I shoot my dear Thalassa? I'm sure Valiant would say the same thing. Why, it's just like another murder I might mention. Damn you. Her eyes. I loved Thalassa's eyes. To think they could read my mind was frightening. Yet there was a warmth in them that felt like an embrace. She is dead, and Magnifique Grandmary has joined her. So the only one with her power left now is Trucy. Mr. Zack. I do not know. I don't need any power to see through that one, buddy. So there's someone else. Someone other than Trucy. Someone who inherited Thalassa's power. How would I know? My chances are slim. It would take a miracle to learn the truth. Or maybe one has already occurred. There's someone else with the power, and I know who. This boy, his name is, I forget, something weird. Who could he be? An attorney. Attorney? I noticed him when I went to visit a friend's law offices. So, what are we to make of this, oh great ex-attorney? You can show me a picture of strange boys all you like, but you could at least say something like, I'm this boy. I could use a laugh. Perhaps you wouldn't laugh if you knew the facts. This might not be proof, but it's close. There's a link between this boy and Thalassa. Actually, it's more of a ring. A ring. Perhaps this will refresh your memory. I just so happen to have evidence. Yeah, I noticed. Actually, I know something. Your marriage to Thalassa was her second. How did you know this? Her first husband, he died a year after they were wed, yes. He was a performer. They met when he joined us Cranberries as a guest in her show. After Thalassa wed him, she left the troupe for a while. And you say she had a child then? I have a photograph of her here. I couldn't help notice what she was wearing when I first saw this. Those bracelets stand out. They are a Granberry family heirloom. This boy wears a bracelet just like the ones in the picture. What? So, that's why. Why what, Mr. Zack? I took this photograph of Thalassa before she left us. When she returned, she wore only one bracelet. I bet I know where that other one went. She gave it to this boy, her son. Mm-hmm. This strange power, I myself do not know where it comes from. Yet the fact is that passed down the Granberry line. It runs in their veins. What is it? I asked her, Thalassa once. This is what she told me. Her power responds to tension in others. Tension. If she were to face a person and they became tense, even slightly, then she would know, no matter how hard they tried to hide it from her. So she could see it. Not quite. This is the strangest part of it all. She wouldn't realize that she was subconsciously detecting this tension without the use of a particular
Spin-Diva
object.
said, so Apollo and what's her face are brother and sister. Doom Doom DUHN.
Yes, it does appear that Apollo and Trucy are brother and sister. The more you know, it's a small world after all, right? With the use of a particular object, or in her case, objects. Objects. Wait, were they something she wore? Yes, her bracelets. I admit the first time I saw one of those, I felt there was more to it than just fashion. But what kind of power could a bracelet have? I have made a decision. I will tell you all I know. Consider it a gift. Well, I hardly need you to tell me at this point, but those two are brother and sister. Yes, and brother too has this power of theirs. So Trucy has an older brother. I wonder what will come of that. Mr. Wright, tonight after Arcane is done. I just had a mental image of Apollo calling Phoenix Daddy. I'm not sure how to feel about that mental image, but I just had it. I will return to a life of hiding. I would not see her live her life without knowing. I understand. I'll tell the two of them when the time is right. I am in your debt, once again. No kidding. What I want to know is how all this got to be so messed up. Those bracelets are made of a special alloy. It is said to expand and shrink very slightly in response to body warmth, so they're temperature sensitive or something. Yes, this is how they can shrink to the exact size of their wearer's wrist. And this has something to do with the power. What have I told you? The Grand power reacts to tension in others. When the Grand senses tension, they too become tense. And this tension translates to minute contractions of the muscles. So minute they cannot sense it on their own. Their muscles. Oh, so that's what the bracelets are for. With the bracelet on, one can sense these contractions, because the bracelet is always a perfect fit. So when the person they're watching gets tense, the bracelet feels tighter on their wrists. Precisely. But that alone doesn't really count as mind reading. I believe I understand how the process works from there. It's a simple question of eyesight. Eyesight. I guess that sounds simple enough. Have you ever heard of kinetic vision? Something about the ability to see moving objects with full clarity, right? I've heard of it before. They say athletes can see a moving ball like it was stopped if they focus. But it's not confined to sports alone. It all relies on the ability to focus. When we focus, we can see many things. The faintest twitch of the face, and the meaning that lies behind it. Therein lies one of the secrets of magic. One must know the mind of the crowd before one may distract it. So basically what you're saying is, the Greymares can see really well. For them, seeing is more than believing. It is knowing.
Spin-Diva said, he's dressed like he's a pimp lol.
He honestly kinda is, isn't he? I mean, personally, I'm kinda digging it. I think he looks very handsome, but it does throw off some pimp vibes, doesn't it? And considering his alias is Shady, I don't remember the last name, but his alias name is Shady, that kinda doesn't help either. Will the real Shadys please stand up? Their power relies on eyesight combined with exceptional focus. Things are starting to come into focus for me too. Of course, it is difficult to maintain such levels of focus for any length of time, but what if someone could tell you when to focus? Or something. Precisely. But wait, Trucy doesn't have any bracelets. You're talking about poker, yes? The timing of when to focus is so elementary, she probably does it without thinking. I doubt Trucy herself has realized this. That is all I know of things with Grammary. Thank you, Mr. Zack. If this boy's bracelet is the real thing, then he will use it before long, thereby awakening his power. I'll keep that in mind. Well, shall we play a game? I've said so much, let me say one more thing. I will tell you of that night. That night. The night my mentor, Magnifique Grammary, passed from this world to the next. There were 2 pistols and 2 letters sent. This was Magnifique's test. A test. In his last years, Magnifique Grammary worked us to the bone. No, to the pain. But that night I could not shoot him, so I shot the clown's forehead instead. This, it seems, was the correct answer. Take this. I give my art to you, Zack. What? Yes, thanks for playing along with my show. You shot well tonight, Zack, though I would not have minded dying by your hand. How could I shoot you? You're my mentor. I thought you might say that. If I went home without shooting anything, what would you have done then? Then, of course, I would have given Ballant his chance. And if I had shot you in the forehead instead, then it would be over. If you or Ballant were to shoot me in the head, then I to the darkness would go, and my art with me. So you're saying if Valiant hadn't shot you, you would have given him a piece of paper too, saying that he could do your arts? Is that what you're saying? A fitting end, don't you think? Yet this ending too gives me no cause for regret. I thank you, Zack, and I am sorry I have done much that was wrong in my day. It seems to me that Magnifi wanted you to be a successor all along. That's why the time he gave you was earlier than Valiant's. Perhaps, but it's not something we will ever know for sure now. I wonder, what is Valiant up to these days? Waiting for you to die. If 7 years pass like this, the performance rights go to him. And now here I am, and his dream is ended. It's worse than that, actually. Public opinion's a fickle thing, you know? What? You don't mean to tell me they put the blame for Armintor's death on him? The trial ended when you vanished, Mr. Zack. There were even rumors that Valiant had helped you pull it off. But that's madness. Well, it seems that before I can once again disappear from this world. Actually, I wonder, isn't there a way yet? Shady Smith, that was it. I just thought about that, and I can tell you his last name. Shady Smith. So yeah, the pimp-looking boy even has a shady-looking name. Although that's not his real name as we know, but still. It seems that before I can once again disappear from this world, I have one more act to perform. Isn't it odd that sorting out my life should prove so complicated, even though I'm dead? Well, you're about to be. That night, Zack Granmary was killed. He died as Shady Smith, a mysterious traveler with a secret past. But he left one thing behind before he parted. This. To whom it may concern, 7 years passed. I, Zack Granmary, murdered my mentor, Magnifi Granmary. I apologize for the trouble caused by my sudden departure from court, and hereby confess to my crime. His confession to use as I saw fit. Of course, he had killed no one. This was his way of tying up loose ends with his old partner, Valiant Granmary. Okay, let's see, where should we go next? Well, this is a blast from the distant past. Long time no see, Mr. Valiant. 7 years has it been? Frankly, I didn't think I would ever see you again. Actually, I came because there's something I want to ask you. I've spoken to the press. I've nothing more to say. I've spoken to a lot of people myself and come to some conclusions. But then I realized I needed to hear it from you. The Sunshine Coliseum, was it? I'm not sure it actually qualifies as a coliseum, but it's a great forum. Yes, it is a favorite of mine. I've always been fond of Sunshine. Speaking of which, have you heard what happened here recently? Oh yeah, something about something going on during some concert. Exactamundo. I see no reason to hide the fact that I, too, was involved in that case. Well, that's something. Did you help solve it? What do you take me for? No, I merely served to deepen the mystery. That's obstruction of justice. I'm a magician. It's my sworn duty to create mystery whenever possible. That sure is a big sign. Yes, it's a favorite of mine. Impressive, isn't it? I considered using it for one of the wall of my house when the show's over. Wow, your house is that big. Actually, as fate would have it, I currently live in a one-room apartment. But following the wild success of my show, I intend to build a luxurious mansion. I was torn over just how big to make it, until that side whispered the answer to me. That's really beautiful. A man in costumes handing out balloons to the kids. It's nice to know kids still like balloons somehow. They're a favorite of mine. Balloon sellers, that is. I would have them join me on the big stage. They could hand out balloons to the children in the audience. Wouldn't all those balloons get in the way of seeing your show? Bravo. The possibility had not even occurred to me. Unless you make the balloons part of the show and do a magic trick with balloons. Phoenix Wright, Entertainment Consultant. I don't think I've ever seen a hot air balloon so close. It's a favorite of mine. I've often thought of how to use it in one of my shows. Perhaps with the climax of Balance Quick Draw Shoot 'em returns. I stand on stage, I shoot, and the hot air balloon is pierced. It explodes. What do you think? Thrilling, yes. A little, I guess. But no one inside the Coliseum would be able to see it. Bravo. It took me 4 days of planning to realize that. You're not the brightest, I can take it. I have walked a difficult road these past 7 years, because you couldn't perform Magnifi's repertoire. Do not be deceived. Balance skill is the real deal. I do not require my mentor's hand-me-downs. No, it was my partner who slowed me on my way. Zach Grammarly. His rather well-performed disappearing act 7 years ago was the end. Or so I thought. Zach Grammarly murdered our mentor and fled to escape punishment for his crime. You said something to that effect 7 years ago, didn't you? I remember it as if it were only yesterday. Yet that was not the way of it in the end. For while he vanished, the suspicions upon my own person never did. His partner Zach vanished to protect him. That's what those thieving magpies of the press said. I had no idea. Yet that very same press comes to me now, feigning interest. They cover the greatest magic show in history as if it were vaudevillian distraction. And here I must stand, smiling at them all. What am I if not a player in some fiendish farce? Might I suggest this because you never made it clear what happened? Magnifi's death is still a mystery to this day, which is why I came here to get the answer from you. I knew I would be seeing these sooner or later. The audience has no business stepping up upon the stage. You must be content to sit and stare at the spotlight. That sounds an awful lot like something I heard 7 years ago. Ask what you will, you will get nothing from me. I'm as much a part of this affair as you are now. I have to know what happened. For 7 long years I have endured. Now, finally, the curtain lifts on my new golden age. All the miracles of our truth within my grasp. Sorry to do this, Valen, but right now I need answers. I think I'll start by dropping a bomb. That should shake things up. Valen, I wouldn't be so sure about those miracles. Not as long as I had this. And what might that be? I see it bears the Grand Mary seal. I should have brought this to your attention sooner. I didn't imagine you would be planning to come back quite so fast. What is this? A document showing the true recipient of the performance rights to Magnify's miracles. What? Zach Grandmary, he wrote this? What? He passed everything to his daughter. Trucy Enigmar. Actually, she's officially my daughter these days. Preposterous. Zach is gone, vanished into the void. This is the genuine article. Zach was alive when he wrote this. Both myself and the notary can testify to this. Why? Why does fate toy with me so? Why must my life be lived in thrall to the dead? You're not the only one with that problem. But he shot Magnify. Yes, it was Zach, it was. And then he left, and my career as a magician fell into darkness. Did you think there might be some way out of it? Say if you could prove Zach Grandmere shot Magnify. Was that why you testified? Yes, my way out. It should have been my way out. Well, it might not be too late, Mr. Valent. All you need to do is a way to prove your case. Who really killed Magnify Grandmary? I believe I have the answers to your prayers right here. Zach Grandmary wrote one more thing before passing on. But this is a confession, in which he admits to the killing of Magnify Grandmary. See, all according to your plan. I am a magician by trade. Deception is my life's work. I fool the audience, give them a fleeting gleam. Yet it seems the tables have turned. Now I am the audience, believing in the deceptions I have brought upon myself. Zach wrote this right in front of me, after I explained your situation to him. You do know that this confession is nothing but lies. Yes, it's my opinion that Zach Grandmere killed no one. Then you must be thinking the truth is a simple matter of elimination. Two receive instructions to kill, but if one is innocent, then the one who remains is guilty. That would be the logical conclusion, yes. So he vanished to protect me, his partner. A stirring tale, 'tis true. Did you shoot Magnify Grandmere in the forehead? If I had and I told you, what would you do? Run to the police perchance? Do as you will, there's nothing left for me now. It is true after all. I have little talent. I needed my mentor Magnify's repertoire. It was as if a little demon grabbed hold of me. I knew it. So Valent Grandmere did kill the great Magnify. So sorry, Mr. Wright, but it was not I who shot my mentor. Well, what? But if it wasn't you, then who was it? There wasn't another disciple, was there? Another disciple, such as, I don't know, Knack and Talent Grandmere, maybe. The wild fancies couldn't be further from the truth. Only Zack and Talent received those threatening letters. But there was another. One more person could have fired that pistol that night. I don't suppose you figured it out by now. If it wasn't Zack or Valent who shot Magnifi, then it had to be the only other person at the scene, which means... Oh wait, you don't mean... Yes, the great Magnifi Grandmary himself. So Magnifi Grandmary committed suicide. You find it hard to believe. To be honest, I hadn't even imagined it as a possibility. When I arrived that night, the old man was still alive. He appeared to be asleep. I could not shoot him, but when I turned and made to leave the room, the old man called out to me. So you spoke with Magnifi Grandmary? Yes, and this is why I knew what he had done. Magnifi transferred the rights to his repertoire to my partner Zack Grandmary, not me. I see. Then I guess I owe you an apology. I always thought you were the one who did it. You owe me no apology. My crime was, in a way, more serious than that of murder. What? Your crime? Is Valent Grandmary confessing something to me? What could be more serious than murder? You see, I knew that 2 letters had been sent. There are no secrets between partners. It was easy to find out. That was when I understood Magnifi's plan. He wanted to die by one of your hands. Little did I expect to have anything to do with the rights to his repertoire. That was when I heard it. The little demon whispering inside my heart. The demon. Let me confess, I had intended to shoot Magnifi, and I planned on framing my partner for the crime. Well, what? That night, I prepared something before going to Magnifi's hospital room, which was IV fluid, of course. I had seen it on an earlier visit. If Zack did not shoot, I would do the deed. Then I would use the IV liquid to place the murder on his hands. That was my plan. But you didn't shoot him. I could not. The demon in my heart fled when the moment came, but then Magnifi called me back. I am sorry, Valent. I am giving my magic to Zack, not you. You still lack the draw he has. Please help him if you can. I left the room, and then I stopped. The shock of what I had just been told consumed me. That is when I heard that fateful gunshot. Magnifi Grandmary killing himself. Then the demon awoke anew within me. Zack killed him. He was the one. Frame him, and the magic will be yours. I altered the scene of his suicide. I took the pistol from his hand, wiped off the prints, then I used the syringe to add the IV liquid I had brought. So in the end, things happened pretty much as planned. Except you didn't have the balls to shoot him yourself. Magnifi died and you framed Zack for his murder. As planned indeed. Of course the outcome was somewhat different than I had anticipated. Well, what do you think? Do you believe my story? Can it be believed truly? That was 7 years ago. I don't know what to believe, but... Yes, I'm glad I heard it from you, Mr. Valent. Thank you. It is I who should be thanking you, Mr. Wright. Only when I had lost everything could I make my decision. You're going to turn yourself in. My partner may have vanished, but not so my guilt. And as my guilt stays, all else begins to leave me. My friends, my performance rights, my magic. I've had enough of vanishing acts. I understand. I thought my life was ruled by a dead man, but I find I was wrong, for Zach Granberry was alive. Well, not anymore. And now it occurs to me, what if he was not the only one who survived? What do you mean? You see, now that I think about it, I realize that no, we never saw proof of her demise. We never saw her body. Her. The mind races and the mouth flaps on. My apologies. Forget this matter. No, I think you're right. I think you saw her just not too long ago. I think she was singing and playing a piano. Her. No, you know what I mean. I can only hope that the day will come when I again meet my partner, Zach Granberry. Then I shall apologize for my terrible mistake. I'm glad we had this chance to talk. Thank you. Zach Granberry, Shaddy Smith, whichever name you prefer, he is no longer with us. The truth revealed in that trial was only a sliver, and the impenetrable darkness that remained has taken another life. I knew what I would have to do to push back the darkness for good, and it would involve paying that man a visit. The last one, Solitary Cell 13. Sorry, sir. Prisoner Christoph Gavin is currently occupied. I see. Do you know when he'll be finished? Well, could you go find out? Certainly, sir. Please wait here a moment. My apologies to the guard, but there's something I need to see. Apparently Gavin brought everything in here with him when he came. All the things in here are more valuable than what I have in my office. I'll admit I'm a bit jealous, but I shouldn't be. I mean, it's still a prison. That chair is just screaming to be sat in, and if I sat, I would probably fall asleep and have very expensive dreams. My knowledge of flower names includes sunflowers, tulips, and that's about it. Or so I always thought, but now I see I was wrong. I know that this is a rose. I think. Yeah, I mean, roses are pretty obvious. I think almost everybody knows what a rose is. There it is, the yellow envelope. And the center is Drew Misham. I was right. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. He seemed to be writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. It was a yellow envelope. I heard it was left at the crime scene. If this is the last letter that Drew Misham wrote, then there's something I need to do. The last thing I need to do, in fact. Here goes. Let's see if this atropine spray finds anything. So this was Drew Misham's messenger of death. It was his stamp all right, no mistaking it, and his last letter was sent to Christoph Gavin. The interview request came like you said it would, and they're looking into the case. I swear on my life I won't tell them about you. So please, release the spell you put on my daughter. I'll write later with a report. Gotcha. Letter added. Finally, decisive evidence. What's this? A burglar in jail. Gavin, I didn't know you moonlighted in larceny, right? Gavin, there's something I have to ask you. Can I steal your stuff? The answer is no. My apologies, but there's not much I care to discuss. Vera Misham hasn't received her verdict yet. You follow me, Gavin? There are no known survivors of atropine poisoning, but it never hurts to hope. Okay, I'll be leaving now then. Right? Wait. Yeah, Gavin? Would you mind leaving that letter? It's a privet. Sorry, forgot I had it. Many thanks. We've now seen all the clues in this case, clues I gathered over 7 long years. Now it is time. Every story has an ending. We've come to the final chapter, the final trial. Find the truth. You're the only ones who can. Welcome to the court. 7 years, all leading to one verdict. A verdict which you must decide. Is the defendant Vera Misham innocent or guilty? The courtroom doors are opening. The trial awaits. Are you ready to begin? Something inside me, rising, surfacing. Something important, lost long ago. It's close now, so close. Court is now in session for the trial of Vera Misham. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Prosecution's ready to rock. Prosecutor Gavin, how is the defendant Vera Misham's condition? Acute atropine poisoning, according to her physician. She could die at any time. Thus her absence from the courtroom today. What? They can't put her on trial without her being here. It is unusual. They should wait for her to get better and do it then. It's so bureaucratic of them. That's being a little harsh. They can't delay the trial any longer, or they risk having no one left to try. A trial without a verdict can only cause grief. The records of this case and experience tell us this. Apologies to the defendant, but the show must go on. Right. If Vera dies, the trial will be cancelled. I'm not going to let that happen. Mr. Wright told me everything that's been going on behind the curtain all these years. I'm going to give Vera her innocent verdict while there's still time. Very well. Your opening statement, Prosecutor Gavin. The prosecution's case is unchanged by recent events. Why did Vera Misham succumb to poison? Because she couldn't live with the guilt of what she had done. But Vera was poisoned with atroquinine, the exact same poison that took her father's life. What better confession could you ask for? Being the killer, she would have had access to the poison. Significant since it's rather hard to come by. That is true. In other words, I see no need for further discussion. We could have had our verdict yesterday. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no objections, I see no reason to postpone a verdict. What we need to worry about isn't the verdict, but the trial itself. The defense holds that Vera Misham is a victim, not the killer. If that's so, then you have to prove something. She was in court giving her testimony before us. How do you propose her killer poisoned her? And incidentally, it would be nice if you told us who her mystery killer was. The prosecution's objection is sustained. I ask the defense to prove its claims to this court. Tell us how Vera Misham was poisoned. I've got two things to prove here. Who and how. Which to hit first. How did the killer poison Vera Misham? I will focus first on the method used. Any comments before we begin, Prosecutor Gavin? Not a bottle or container of the poison was found on the defendant's body. I see. So the vector of poisoning is unknown. Is the defense prepared to prove how the poison reached Vera Misham? Yes, Your Honor. Very well. What method was used to poison Vera Misham? What's this? My, what a beautiful bottle. I'd like to give whoever designed that a hand. Is that nail polish? It's colorless. Something the matter? No, nothing. Nothing at all. So the killer put poison in this bottle and made her drink it. As Prosecutor Gavin has told us, this is nail polish. Nail polish. It's like paint for nails. Know any women with red nails? My wife has red nails. I see, so she's been painting them all this time. Let's recall yesterday's trial. Remember when Vera was testifying to the court? Court is now back
Stream
in session.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Whenever Vera became nervous, she had a habit of biting her nails. Her nails. Prosecutor Gavin, when the prosecution had Vera examined, did they check her nails? Bailiff, have them check the defendant's nails at once, Mr. Justice. Yes. Do you know who did this? Do you know who put poison in that nail polish? Yes. That bottle belongs to Vera Misham. Why do you ask? Know someone else who might have a bottle like this? No, just checking. Bullshit. Mr. Justice, you are about to accuse someone of poisoning that bottle of nail polish. Please dispense with the chatter. You realize the weight of this accusation. Here, let me show you. Understood, Your Honor? No problem. I know what I'm doing this time. Then let us ask, who poisoned Vera Misham via her nail polish? Christoph Gavin. Well, what's this? Christoph Gavin? What's your game? My bro, there's no way he could do a thing like that. You should know that better than anyone else. Indeed, he is behind bars. I know, however, that doesn't mean it was impossible to do what he did. What? Ask yourselves when he put the poison in the bottle. It could have been yesterday. It could have been a month ago. Maybe it was a year ago. Or perhaps it was 7 years ago. But Christoph Gavin had no motive for killing this poor girl. It's simply inconceivable. Prosecutor Gavin doesn't seem to think so. That face tells me one thing. Christoph Gavin's own younger brother doesn't find it inconceivable at all. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, if you feel there's a clear and pressing need, then we may have to summon Christoph Gavin from jail as a special witness. Fine. I've known for some time that an impenetrable darkness lurked at the bottom of this. A darkness that swallowed even myself. Okay, the defense's wish is granted. Let prisoner Christoph Gavin take the stand. Bailiff begin proceedings to call a special witness. The witness is Christoph Gavin, currently residing in solitary cell 13 at Central Prison. Your Honor, how nice to see you again. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? To what do I owe the pleasure of your company? It's not every day I'm summoned from my solitary cell. In fact, it's never. I think you already know Mr. Christoph Gavin. Mr. Justice, I hear you've been doing quite well for yourself. Why do I feel like somehow he's still my boss? Stiff upper lip, Apollo. You can do it. Stiff upper lip, Oni-chan. Does this bottle look familiar? Ariadne nail polish. Why yes, I use it myself. As did the late defendant, I hear. She's not dead yet. And was there something concerning this bottle you wish to ask me about? I admit I respect her for her taste in nail polish. Her taste indeed. This nail polish was how Vera Michan was poisoned. Atroquinine, was it? You're well informed about the case, Mr. Gavin. Even in solitary, much comes to my desk, and I have nothing to do but read. Well, Clavier, maybe you can explain this? You're being accused again, by him, again. And you agree with his accusation, do you? Let's hold a proper trial, shall we? Christoph Gavin, your testimony, please. I would be delighted. The charges against you are quite severe, Mr. Gavin. You are suspected of the poisoning of the defendant, Vera Michan. Please testify on this matter to the court. Only the same nail polish does not a murderer make. I have been in solitary confinement for half a year. How could I poison her? Her father died of the same poison, the meaning of which should be clear. The prosecution's case holds she poisoned her father, then attempted to poison herself. Surely you aren't going to suggest I was responsible for poisoning her father too? Well, you were, so yes. Well, I'm afraid the defense's claim is sounding rather unlikely. Naturally. For one, I don't even know the Michans. Isn't that so, Mr. Justice? Very well, Mr. Justice. Begin your cross-examination. I'm accusing Christoph Gavin, my ex-boss, but I know he poisoned the Michans. The question is, when could he have done it? Not to mention why. Mr. Gavin, you are nervous about something. There is that finger pointing at me so rudely, and that desperate gleam in your eyes. It's quite disturbing, actually. Perhaps because you have no faith in your own logic, which is why you cling to your dubious power. Confident or not, I've come a long way, Mr. Gavin. Just a little more to go. I need a word. There must be some word that sends shivers down his spine.
Objection!
The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I can see nothing faulty. Unfortunately, I will have to pin wet. God damn it.
Gotcha! Gotcha!
Mhm. It was you who killed Drew Misham. A bluff worthy as your new mentor, Mr. Wright. Oh, really? But you see, I saw it. Right when you said her father, too. Your hand tensed unnaturally, and a little devil appeared to give me the news. And let's assume for the sake of argument that you saw me being tense. What does that mean? Are all tense witnesses guilty? And tell me, was Drew Misham fond of nail polish too? Sorry, there's more than one way to poison a man. You don't need nail polish to get to someone's mouth. Then I must be very talented indeed. You see, Drew Misham was killed on October 6th, while I was already in my solitary confinement cell at Central Prison. If that's not an alibi, then I don't know what is. But you found a way, all the same, and I found it too. This is how you poisoned Mr. Misham.
Take that!
I'm sure this commemorative stamp requires no introduction. The night Mr. Misham died, he was seen writing a letter. Atroquinine was found on the stamp, Mr. Gavin. So am I to understand the stamp was the murder weapon? Yes, you are. Oh, and yes, this stamp was found in your prison cell. That is all, Your Honor. Order, order, order. The poison on the back of that stamp. After Drew Misham was killed, someone paid a visit to this witness's cell. Phoenix Wright. Daddy. That's when he found the stamp. You made Drew Misham write you a letter. That's how you killed him. What? My. You've upset my poor brother to the point of uselessness. Allow me to clarify this matter of justice. All you need to do is recall witness Spark Russell's testimony. Well, that's the thing, see. After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Misham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer? Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. He was looking for a stamp. Ergo, he had no intention of using this stamp. What are you getting at? What I'm arriving at is that this commemorative stamp was in a frame. It was mere coincidence that you used it that night. That would seem to be the case. Or perhaps you need to suggest that I can somehow manipulate coincidence. He does have a point. How would this witness know if the victim was going to use that stamp? Without that, he couldn't have planned the murder. Well, what? Really, Clavier, you should be seeing through these weak-spinned bluffs by now. He's right, though. How could anyone have known Mr. Misham would use that stamp that night? Least of all, Christoph Gavin locked away in his cell. Well, it seems that the defense has run out of things to say. You assume he had something to say in the first place. I believe the defense's bluff has been called. The defense's bluff? I'm not sure I agree with you there, Christoph. The Clavier. Honestly, I wanted to believe you, but the defense wasn't trying to get away with a bluff. You were, Christoph. Well, what are you saying, Prosecutor Gavin? Her forehead. What was your accusation again? It was that this poison stamp killed Drew Misham, to which my brother responded thusly. There was no way to know when Misham would use the stamp. Yes, that's right, which is why it couldn't have been planned. Tell me, it needs to be planned. Why? Why couldn't it have been a coincidence? The defense's case is simply that Fumishan died by that stamp. That's all. Coincidence. Kristoff, you tried to slip out from under his accusation by changing the subject. If that's not bluffing, what is it? What are you up to, Clavier? I could ask you the same question, Kristoff. I silence the defense with the fewest words possible. It's called efficiency. But Mr. Gavin, that's impermissible testimony. Very well. I shall take his claim head on then. Justice. Well, what? You accuse me of Drew Misham's murder, yes? Then allow me to ask you, what possible reason could I have to kill a painter? Apollo. Motive. He's talking about motive. Indeed. It's hard to see how an attorney could come to want to kill a painter. Now here's something. Why didn't he bring up the motive from the very beginning? Unless he was afraid it was a battle he might lose. So, what does it mean? It means there might be a weak spot. Maybe I have some evidence to prove a motive. A motive for murder. This is a vital, if not the most vital element in this case. Please consider this when making your statement. I would say it's about this vital. That's pretty vital. Well, Mr. Justice, I'm going through with this no matter what. Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to present evidence. Then let's see what you have for us. What reason did Kristoff Gavin have for wanting to murder Drew Misham? Kristoff Gavin's motive becomes clear when we consider why the stamp came to Drew Misham's studio in the first place. And why was that?
Spin Dash Diva said, I'm back from making dinner.
Ooh, dinner. I hope you had some fantastic noms. Welcome on back, friend. Good food is very, very important. Forgery, Your Honor. Go back 7 years. Drew Misham accepts his first job creating forged evidence. I've seen that before. The page from the diary, wasn't it? Magnifique Grandmary's diary.
Spin Dash Diva said, pasta and meat sauce.
Yeah, pasta is some of the best food you can ever make, in my opinion. I'm not as keen on meat sauce myself, but there are so many different ways to do pasta. It is just beautiful. Last night I had me a wonderful mushroom penne. I do love pasta. When Attorney Phoenix Wright lost his badge, yes. This was the evidence he presented to his loss. This evidence is a fake, yes. But did Mr. Wright request the forgery be made? That was never proven.
Objection!
The defense attorney on that case was Phoenix Wright, who, other than him, both with the prospect of victory, could have done it. And why would they? Just out of curiosity, do you remember this letter? This is the first page.
Hex Speedruns said, OMG, I love this game and case.
It is a pretty cool game so far. This is my first time playing it, but the case has been pretty intriguing, the way they're wrapping everything up. Welcome to the stream, Hex. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. And this is the second. Those who were presented in court yesterday. This letter was sent to Drew Misham by the client who requested that forgery. The enclosed stamp was none other than the poisoned commemorative stamp. Drew Misham drew his last breath just the other day. However, the motive for his murder was already 7 years old. 7 years old. The client who requested this forgery was very cautious. He tried to erase anything and anyone with connections to the forgery to keep them from talking. But he made a mistake. The stamp was a picture of my favorite magicians, so I kept it. Father took me when I was very young. It was a great magic show. I loved it so much. The cure's time bomb was delayed. The poison stamp was sealed within a glass frame, where it sat for 7 whole years. Her forehead. Do you understand what you're telling us? The one who schemed up the forged diary page was the one who poisoned the stamp. And it was Phoenix Wright who presented the forged evidence 7 years ago. Adding the two statements together, the one who schemed to kill Drew Michel was none other than Phoenix Wright.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not how this is going to go down. Then how will it go down? I checked through the records on that case when I found this 7 years ago, just before the trial began. Oh boy. Here. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hall. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. And one more thing. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Phoenix Wright was put on the case the day before the trial started. He didn't have time to request a forgery. The day before. Now here's the question. Just who was Shadi Enigmar's previous defense attorney? No, this can't all be. But it is all true. There was another man, a defense attorney with a badge on his collar. It was you, Christoph Gavin. Order, order, order. Well, what is the meaning of this, witness? I mean, defendant, former lawyer. Let me begin by denying this.
Objection!
It's easy enough to look up, Mr. Gavin, and impossible to prove if you can't. Attorneys are registered with the court the day before the trial begins. In other words, no record remains of the court. How exactly did you intend to prove Phoenix Wright's claim? That would be difficult. I'm afraid this line of inquiry won't yield.
Objection!
Her forehead. Are you sure you don't have evidence? What's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks clammy. Evidence. Evidence that shows this man, Christoph Gavin, requested that forgery 7 years ago. Clavier. Just prove it. Clear up these doubts now, or I swear I'm off this case. He must have thought of some evidence, Apollo. Prosecutor Gavin looks like he's in physical pain. That darkness. I have to pull that darkness out of him, and proof is the only way I can. What proves Christoph Gavin's link to Drew Michel? Well, Mr. Justice, you claim Christoph Gavin requested a portrait of Drew Michel 7 years ago. Prove it. It can be proven. Simply ridiculous. Why even discuss it? This evidence does not.
Objection!
Are you telling the truth, Apollo Justice? I am. Then, I say we give him the benefit of the doubt. Very well, but if you're wrong about this, be prepared for a penalty. Your Honor, you do the defense an injustice. Mr. Justice is clearly passionate about his claim. Should the penalty not match his passion? I haven't given a penalty like that in a long time. Well, Mr. Justice, fine, Your Honor. All I have to prove is any kind of link. something that ties Christoph Gavin to Drew Misham, and I have something that clearly does the job. Very well, Mr. Justice. Present your evidence. Show us the link between our witness and Drew Misham. This evidence proves there's a link.
Objection!
That scrap of paper, I'm afraid I can't let you submit that. Is there some problem? There is. How could you possibly have that? You couldn't. Hey, that's Daddy's handwriting. Mr. Wright's handwriting? What is the meaning of this? I see now. Yes, of course. What do you mean, of course? I just remembered I had a visitor yesterday. Phoenix Wright came to my cell, except I wasn't there. Phoenix Wright. When I returned, I saw he had something of mine in his possession. Of course, I had no intention of letting him get away with reading my private mail. Mail? You mean this letter was in your cell? No. However, it appears Mr. Wright has yet to be cured of his bad forging habit. Well, the forgery is not a very good one. The handwriting's terrible. This is Mr. Wright's reproduction of what was written in the real letter. Reproduction. When Mr. Wright visited Christoph Gavin's cell, he brought with him a small video camera. What? He recorded his entire conversation with you, Mr. Gavin, and the contents of your personal mail. Regardless, this mockery of a piece of evidence will never be accepted by the court. Evidence based on a video of a man with no authority whatsoever claims he took. A man who happens to be an ex-attorney suspected of forgery. Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin. As embarrassing as this is for me to say, I'm afraid my brother is incapable of making rational judgments at the moment. Your Honor, your decision, please. The defense's claim is denied. What? Only actual evidence is permitted in a court of law. Please remove the defense's evidence from the record. Better luck next time, Justice. Well, we've certainly taken a detour from our cross-examination, but the defense appears to be lacking proof. I'm forced to end the cross-examination of Christoph Gavin at this point. Apollo, do something. I'm thinking, but without evidence. I don't have anything I can use on him. Very well. This ends the special witness's cross-examination. The show's over, yet the crowd screams for more. Only now do I understand why. Prosecutor Gavin. Frankly, I'm relieved. This has been bothering me for 7 whole years, and I'm tired of the whole youthful angst scene. Now's our chance. Let's clean out the family closet. Christoph. Clavier, you're spinning out of control. Calm yourself before you say something you'll regret. Spinning out of whose control? Mine or yours? Take a moment to consider everything you've built. Your reputation as a prosecutor, your fame with the masses. You could lose it all, Clavier. Apollo, did you see that? He's trying to press Prosecutor Gavin. Prosecutor Gavin, try to remember what's really important to you. You amused me, her forehead. I couldn't forget what's really important to me, even if I tried. In fact, I haven't, not even once. 7 years ago. Finally, you just couldn't resist, could you, her right? Resist what? Presenting solid evidence. Might I request we put the current cross-examination on hold? The prosecution would like to call a new witness. State your name and occupation for the record. I'm familiar with the trial. I've watched the video several times. Didn't you find anything unnatural about it? Unnatural? Well, you did seem unusually well prepared. I mean, Mr. Wright had only just presented his evidence, and the next moment you call him brutally sham. It was almost as if... What? Funny, it didn't even occur to me to wonder. But now that I do, I see there's only one possible explanation. Almost as if from the very beginning, you knew Mr. Wright was going to present that evidence. Correct. I knew that if I applied the usual pressure, Phoenix Wright would eventually come up with that forged diary page. Don't do this, Clavier. I knew because you told me, Kristoff. What? It was the night before the trial. Clavier. Kristoff. Odd seeing you at the prosecutor's office the day before the trial. I won't be appearing in the trial, actually. Why not? I won't be facing off with you on your first trial, apparently. But in exchange, I brought information. Information. The attorney who will be there in my place tomorrow is not to be trusted. Don't even give him the benefit of your respect. Listen, I want you to call in a special witness. Then, I wondered about it at the time. How did Kristoff know so much? Prosecutor Gavin. Kristoff, we were supposed to face each other in that trial. A fair fight, brother to brother. I deserved that much. You let me borrow the victim's belongings. You showed me all your research on the case. The victim's belongings, which would have included McNeefy's diary, wouldn't it? Mr. Gavin. My, Clavier, you disappoint me. You find trees yet miss the forest. You're the one missing the forest, Mr. Gavin. You can't sweep this under the rug. Not anymore. Tell me what was going on behind that trial. Why not? I've achieved what I came here to do. I see no harm in a little reminiscing. Apollo, I think we're finally going to shine a light on the black belly of this thing. Trucy, we've done everything we could. I hope it's enough. 7 years ago, the day before the trial, I visited the detention center at the request of my client, Zach Gramary. 2 cards. 1 card. Showdown time. Enough. You lose, Gavin. Thanks for the work. Now go. To be honest, I don't know what his reasons were to this day. As far as I could tell, he dismissed me as his representation because I lost in a game of poker. I can come to no other conclusion. Daddy used to say something. If you want to know a man, you have to compete. Zach wasn't watching his points or the cards. He was watching the man behind the cards, Kristoff Gavin. I couldn't believe it. Phoenix Wright, a second-rate attorney who relies on luck and bluffs. He dismissed me and went with that pitiful excuse for a man. He deserved to die for that error alone. Hold it. So the one who requested that forgery was... I'm not admitting to anything. My point is, these two men shamed me, and I could not forgive that. Phoenix Wright and Zach Granberry both deserve what they got. So you asked Mr. Misham to forge that evidence, so you could win. But then, when you were dismissed as Zach Granberry's attorney, you used your forged evidence as a trap. You fed me information about the forgery you made. Then you gave your dirty evidence to him. You are free to imagine what you will. My point is that all I had imagined came to pass. Everything went perfectly. Incredible. If I wasn't laughing, I would weep. Prosecutor Gavin. Perfectly. You're mad, Kristoff. Stop fooling yourself. What are you talking about, Javier? Tell me, how did that trial end? Cancelled when the defendant vanished. I get it. So, Kristoff, you've been living in fear for 7 years. What? You were afraid your forgery would be revealed and your reputation crashed. You couldn't leave things to chance, so you watched everyone involved with the case for 7 years. You know, he always felt like he was being watched. That's what he said every day for 7 years. But I felt it too. Journalists sure he is being watched. End quote. Don't you wonder why Zach Granberry got rubbed out after 7 years? Right after coming into contact with me. Oh, wait just a minute. Zach Granberry was seen by this reporter. How is that possible? Was he alive after being gone 7 years? Finally, I knew this moment was coming. I just didn't think we would get here so fast. Zach Granberry, gone missing for 7 years. Trucy's father. What's wrong, Apollo? Go get him. Right. Leave it to me. Allow me to refresh the court's memory. 6 months ago, Kristoff Gavin was charged with murdering a mysterious traveler. I remember him quite well. Shady Smith, was it? Poisoned in a Chinese restaurant. Tragic. The details don't really matter right now. What matters is that traveler was Zach Granberry. What is it, Apollo? Keep going. We'll talk about it later. Bless you, Trucy. Bless you. Did she already know? Someone please explain this. Mr. Justice, can you explain this? It all started 7 years ago. The great magician, Magnifique Granberry's death started it. Magnifique Granberry's death and his student, Zach Granberry, the suspect. Whoever defended Zach in court successfully would be famous beyond belief. Thinking that, Kristoff Gavin did the unthinkable. He forged evidence. Drew Misham. Actually, it was his daughter, Vera, who really did the work. You took precautions when you had that forgery made, didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Precautions. To keep people from talking, of course. These two know too much. Leave them alive and there'll be nothing but trouble. That's when you planned your poisoning of the forgers. Atroquinine. Applied to a commemorative stamp. But luck was on Mr. Misham's side. The bomb didn't go off. His daughter. She saved him by taking the stamp. I see. But that wasn't the only bomb he set up. The Ariadne nail polish, of course. You noticed something when you requested that forgery. When Vera Misham is nervous, she has a bad habit. A tendency to bite her nails. That nail polish was her good luck charm. She was almost kidnapped once. Since then she's been, well, you can see for yourself. She refuses to leave the house. That person gave me a good luck charm for when I absolutely had to go outside. It protects me. Yes, apparently she received something. A gift. She won't tell me what it was. It was from that client, the one who wanted that note made. It was his insurance. Insurance. As long as she lived quietly at home, there was no danger to her. But what if she had to go outside? If she ran into any trouble, she would become nervous, and the nail polish would do the rest. His time bomb sat there for 7 years, and then they went off almost simultaneously. If you're finished, may I return to my cell now? I'm not accustomed to standing for such long periods of time. Mr. Gavin, have you heard a single thing we've said? Oh, I've listened quite closely to your little tale. Quite an entertaining piece of fiction. What? Clavier, surely you understand. We are back to the evidence. The lacking evidence. Nothing proves a link between him and the atroquinine that tripped through Misham's life. What about the restaurant? You killed Zach Granary to keep him from talking. I killed no man of that name. Read over the report again if you like. The victim was a traveler by the name of Shaddy Smith, about whom we know little else. You can't seriously think I knew he was that particular fugitive. Okay, then why did you kill him? I plead my right to remain silent. Remember, this court did not convene to put me on trial. The defendant's name is Vera Michan, suspected in the murder of her father. My trial has been finished for 6 months now. I'm afraid we have strayed considerably from our purpose here. This court concurs with the witness. It is defendant Vera Michan who's on trial here. No, but you were doing so well, Apollo. As long as there's no evidence to support the accusation against him, this course of inquiry cannot find Vera Michan innocent. Your Honor, Phoenix Wright spent 7 years collecting this evidence. You still don't get it, do you? Let us assume there was poison in the nail polish. Who then was responsible for causing Vera Michan to bite her nails? Well, what? It wasn't me, I know that much. The one who brought that poison to her lips was you. What? What? Evidence is everything. There is nothing more. I believe this discussion has reached its conclusion. Your Honor, Mr. Justice, you have performed admirably well for a novice attorney. I respect your partner, Phoenix Wright's determination as well. However, without direct proof, you have nothing. Isn't that right, Clavier? Unfortunately, yes, Kristoff, you're right. That is, you would have been right until now. What? Did the news not reach your desk in solitary? The eyes of the nation are on this courtroom today. This is the first trial case for a new judicial system. That's right. I had totally forgotten. The jurist system. Jurist, you say? The current judicial system has been deemed too closed off from society. This new system attempts to inject the wisdom of common citizens into the law. Common citizens' wisdom. This is some kind of joke. What could we possibly gain by doing this? Entrusting our judicial system to a mindless emotional mob of irrational mouth breathers. Common citizens have something called common sense. Common sense is not restricted by the law. Nonsense. There's only room for two in this court. Me and the law. Keep the riffraff out. Out, I say. They're not in the court, actually. They're watching everything by video camera. How can you allow this? Incidentally, the one responsible for making this happen was Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright. Because he knew you're a slippery bastard. He knew you would try to get away with this shit. So, everything was leading to this. Of course. Right. 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 I won't accept. I can't accept. This is no court.
Spin Dash
Law.
Diva said, Rue, calm down.
Well, he did essentially just get caught in a 7-year murder scheme, more or less. Law, the law is everything. The law is absolute. You would let ignorant swine soil your courts. Kristoff, it's over. Clavier, the law is absolute. You can't be serious. But what? Odd. I thought you spent your life looking for loopholes. The law isn't absolute. It's filled with contradictions. The law is the end product of many years of history, the fruit of human knowledge, like a gem polished to have gleamed through trials and errors. It is this fruit we receive and pass on and face in our time, and it is always changing, growing. Nurturing it is our task as human beings. Except for you, Kristoff. You aren't changing. You've stopped. You're not needed anymore. I couldn't think of anything to say. Maybe because I still haven't seen enough. But someday I'll know what law is, and I'll fight to change it if I have to. I see no need to further prolong this trial. This began as a trial of Vera Misham, accused of murdering her father. The painter drew Misham. However, several other incidents were reviewed, and we seem to have reached a conclusion. Before this court declares a verdict, I await your decision. Jurist of the court. For the death of Drew Misham, how do you find the defendant, Vera Misham, innocent or guilty? I turn to you now to consider this matter. October. Alright. This ends the trial for this case. Only the verdict remains to be decided. Defendant Vera Michelle is currently in intensive care. If a decision cannot be reached today, it may never be reached. The factors involved are simple. Did the defendant poison her father that night? If so, she is guilty. Or was there another reason for Mr. Michel's death? Did another person poison him? If so, she is innocent. A panel has been provided for each of you to input your decisions. That is all. Please wait. Yes, jurist number 6. There's something in the jurist handbook here. Persons involved with the case may not be jurists. That is correct. I've looked into all your dossiers. None of you were involved with the development of the case. I see. Does that answer your concern? It's time for your verdicts. Make your decision in the case against Vera Michelle. After 7 years, the truth is ready to be heard. Judge wisely, judge well. Okay, and according to the achievements that I gave a quick look at, okay, so we can't save here. I did make the earlier save, so that's okay. There's an achievement for doing guilty. And so a verdict was reached on October 9th, 2014. The first verdict under the jurist system, a hung jury. The final verdict would have to wait for the following day. But fate had different plans. That night, defendant Vera Michel's condition worsened. She died in her hospital bed. Her verdict was postponed for eternity. Oh snap. One jurist verdict for choosing guilty in episode 4. And you guys did notice that the hand of jurist number 6 had that bracelet on it, right? You guys noticed that, right?
Spin Dash Diva said, she looks innocent enough.
Oh, she is innocent. And not only does the hand have the bracelet on it, but you notice the star pattern of her sleeve. I mean, I think it's pretty much just said at this point that the siren is both Apollo and names. I am so bad with names. Apollo and yeah, their mother.
Spin Dash Diva said,
Trucy, thank you.
Trucy.
Thank you. I keep wanting to call her Lucy, but it's Trucy. The first verdict under the jury system, innocent by unanimous decision. The verdict will show that when the verdict was announced, special witness Christoph Gavin laughed, a laugh louder than any ever heard before or since. A laugh that echoed in the halls of justice, lingering for what seemed like hours. The morning after the trial, in the intensive care ward, a true miracle occurred. Vera Misham opened her eyes.
Stream Elements said, Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Vera, I'm so glad. Don't cry, Apollo.
Spin Dash Diva said, He cray cray. He needs some professional help.
Yeah, he really is. He's a murderer, so maybe he will get some professional help in jail, right? I'm happy too, and proud. You did well, Apollo. When I thought about what if Vera, Hey now, don't you start crying too. Sorry you had to see us like this. Oh, look at that cute smile. But Vera, thank you so much, Apollo. Thank you. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have pressed you like that. If I hadn't, you never would have bitten your nails. No, I was wrong. Staying locked inside like that, clinging to my good luck charm. Vera, when I opened my eyes and I saw you, I finally understood. It's important to be a part of the world. I feel like that was a little personal there, and I disagree. The world is scary. Stay shut in. Anyway, to see things with your own eyes. It looks like that poison had some effect after all. It killed off whatever was holding Vera back from life. I knew you would pull through, Vera. I mean, that's what Apollo was fighting for the whole time. Your future. I won't forget it. Here, let
Spin
me
Dash
thank you.
Diva said, Now I love going out in nature.
Okay, I will make an exception for nature. That's not the same as going out in people, as evidenced by the fact that our whole theme is turtles and lakes. But going out into a town, yeah, that's just different. It's really okay. Look, it's me. I love it. Thanks. Is that me? She really captured your essence, Apollo. Well, I think so, at least. That reminds me, do you know where the other lawyer is? You have seen the startup screen, haven't you, Spin? My starting screen? It's a lake. A pretty lake. And the ending screen. Do you know where the other lawyer is? The other lawyer? You mean Daddy?
Spin
Except
Dash
he's not a
Diva
lawyer anymore.
said, Nah, I haven't.
Yeah, it's a pretty lake. I just grabbed a random lake, honestly, from copyright-free source online. We're just a lake swimming, or we're just a turtle swimming in the lake, enjoying a good story. It's my fault, isn't it? I'm sorry. No, that's not what I
Spin Dash
meant.
Diva said, Gorgeous looks like the lake at my parents' house.
I do love going to the lake and chilling. There's a lake about half an hour from me that's kind of famous for bald eagles, and it's a pretty cool place to go to. Only problem is, oddly enough, it doesn't have any restaurants near it, so you always have to bring your own food. It's in the middle of nowhere, but hey, no, it's okay. I'm through looking away from the things I've done. Well, it has one restaurant. It has a barbecue place. Because barbecue's everywhere, right? I hope I can look him in the eyes again someday and apologize. I'm sure he would be happy to hear that. He brought all those things for me when he came to visit earlier. You mean that stack of videos? Mr. Wright finished watching them all. You know,
Spin
I knew
Dash
my real
Diva
daddy was
said,
alive.
my parents own a farm. I'd always take a canoe out on our lake and literally just lounge.
That's what's up. Sometimes that's all you gotta do is just chill. Just chill and relax on the lake. You know, my real daddy was alive. I was there 7 years ago, remember? I was the one who helped him vanish from the courtroom. You did? How? I'm not telling. He promised me that day he went away. We may not meet again for some time, Trucy, but know this, I will be watching, and one day I shall return. You're the next Grandmary after all. Oh, Trucy, in the end he couldn't keep that promise, could he? It's okay. Phoenix is my daddy now, even if he can't really play the piano. That he can't. Oh, and I've got you too, even if you're what? Oh, tell her already. He is literally your brother, bruh. Not only do you have him, you biologically have him. Glad I made your list. Come to think of it, where is Daddy, the one who can't play? Do you know, Apollo? I think he said he had to meet someone. I wonder, maybe it's a new mommy. Or it's your biological one, who is very much alive. Trucy. Yes, Vera?
Stream Elements
I was
said,
wondering,
stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
could you show him to me once more? Sir Hat, was it? Oh, he's not been knighted yet. Here goes. It was an impersonation, Mr. Hat. Objection. Not loud enough. And I like Miss Magic underwear better. Apollo. That's magic panties, Apollo. Don't go Luke on us. So your memories returned. Mr. Wright, was this all part of your plan too? I don't know what you're talking about. When I lost my memory, I was reborn as Lemire, or that was the name. And I'm probably not even saying it right. You knew my true identity, did you not? That is why you chose me as one of your jurists. You're thinking into it too much. Besides, there was no guarantee that regaining your memory would make you happy. Of course it is a happy thing. For so long I thought I was alone, but now I know I have children. They fucking said it, they confirmed it. I mean, it was pretty much obvious already, but 2 dear children. I'm so proud of them. This too, I think, is thanks to you. Are you going to tell them? They do not know? Nope. They don't know their mother. They don't even know their siblings. I will go to them when the time is right. Until then, Don't worry, I'll take care of them for you. They're very important to me, too. A little annoying at times, but still, I have to keep an eye on her, at least, because I'm the only one who knows how she really feels on the inside. Your bracelet. Yes, I've seen a lot of mysterious things these past 7 years, but your bracelets were the strangest of all. I remember meeting him half a year ago now in Christoph Gavin's office. And then I met you, 2 fates destined to intertwine, and I was there when they crossed. I'll never forget that. Such a small thing, that bullet, yet it tore who I was away. And your sight, too. Did you get your sight fixed anyways? You said you were going to have a surgery, didn't you? 10 years ago, during a simple rehearsal. It was a miracle no one died. but I didn't survive that accident. That is why I left the truth, my family. Now my memory has returned. I am myself once more. For the first time, I am glad to be alive, Mr. Wright. Speaking of miracles, Vera Misham regained consciousness this morning. I can only hope she's as glad as you are. It is a strange thing, fate. Sometimes a life is taken, sometimes a life is spared. You know what I've been thinking? People don't die that easily, really, as long as they've got something worth living for. And that's pretty much the end of my story. For now, anyway. I've still got a long way to go in this power of mine. And I can't read it fast enough, so you guys are just going to have to read it.
Objection!
Spin Dash Diva said, "Is that the end of the game?"
It is the end of the first game. On Steam, all 3 games are bundled together into one. So we have only completed a third of the total content. A fourth? I think there's a fourth sort of semi-game too. I think it's like an extra or something. Yeah, something like that. I'm not sure.
Spin Dash Diva said, "Ooh, okay, gotcha."
Yeah, that's why I thought it was 3 at first. It's 3 games, 14 episodes, and then 2 previously DLC only special episodes for a total of 16. So, yeah, we're just scratching the surface pretty much. And now,
Spin Dash Diva said, GG.
thank you very much. And now, because we still have half an hour left, exactly half an hour, we will get started on Dual Destinies. The second game, which is apparently the next one, according to the very system itself. What madness will await us in this one? I have no idea, but we will find out. Really going for an explosive start, it looks like.
These are dark times, where the law has been reduced to rubble, and it's up to us to restore it to its former glory. Yeah, I know what you mean. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Don't you worry. I've got a trusty new partner on board.
Done. You bet. Let's do this.
She's been with us for half a year, though I can hardly believe it. Anyway, her power will be our greatest weapon.
Are you alright, miss?
Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end.
Well, that was certainly a start and a half right there. Wonder if more of it's going to be voiced or if it was just that opening scene. Nope, not feeling nervous at all. It's amazing what a girl can get used to. Even a tense atmosphere like this is no biggie. You doing okay, Athena? Apollo. Yeah, doing great. I come a little too great. Oh yeah? Oh, that's good to hear. Although, I could have sworn I heard your voice crack for a second there. I'm that transparent. Cracking. No, my voice isn't cracking. Nerves of steel here, I tell you. This is Apollo Justice. He's a fellow lawyer at the office I work for. Apollo is the lead for the defense on this case, but I'm going to be there at the bench with him, doing what I can to help out. I'll do whatever it takes to defend Junie. Speaking of steel, how are you holding up? That explosion really did a number on you. I'm just happy that you're okay, Athena. Although, I can't pretend I have no connection to this case. That's why I'm going to see to it that Juniper's name is clear. And I'm sure you feel much the same way. You got that right. I won't let rest until Junie is completely cleared of all suspicion. Apollo, Athena. Thank you for doing this for me. Junie. Hey, are you okay? Sorry about that. I always seem to go into coughing fit whenever I get nervous. This kind of thing never happens. At home in the forest, though. This is Juniper Woods. She's my dear childhood friend, and she's also our client for this case. The news keeps repeating that Junie is the alleged bomber, but that's ridiculous. There's no way Junie would do anything like that. I brought you a little snack, Athena. Just a little something from my garden. Hey, thanks. So, is this an orange or a tangerine? It's an orange. My grandpa says that orange is the color of strength and endurance. Oh, I get it. Strength for the trial, right? Junie, you're always so good to me. Look at me, standing here clutching an orange to my chest with tears in my eyes. Well, don't you worry. We'll be so powerful in there they won't know what hit 'em. Right, Apollo? Yeah, that's right. Come what may, this is one trial. We just can't lose. They've really updated the models on this game though. You guys notice that? The models are just completely different. Apollo! Apollo! Blood is seeping through his bandages. One of his wounds must have reopened. All this time he was trying to put on a brave face, but he was really overdoing it. Mr. Justice. The trial is about to start, sir. Please proceed to the courtroom. What? Now? But Apollo's in no state to defend. I have to defend Juniper. What are we going to do? The trial is about to start with or without us. There's only one other option I can think of at a time like this. But even if I called him now, he would never get here in time. No, wait, there's something else I can do. Apollo, give me all the evidence for the case. What are you going to do? Bailiff. Yes, miss. The defense would like to submit a substitution of attorney petition. Athena. You're not seriously. You just concentrate on getting better. I'll defend Junie. All by yourself? Athena, stop for a sec and think about what you're saying. You've never once taken a case on alone before, right? No hey problema. I can handle it, I think. I guess it's really up to you, Junie. Would you be okay with me taking over? Sure. I believe in you, Fina, and that's enough for me. You're worried for me, aren't you? To be honest, I'm pretty nervous too. I think my heart might just be burst out of my chest. But you're in no shape to stand at the bench now, so you'll just have to leave it to me. Alright, I can see your mind's made up anyway. I hate that I can't be there, but I know you'll give it your utmost to defend Juniper. You bet I will, best assured of that. My name is Athena Sykes. I'm still just a newbie, but I'm a lawyer. This is only the second time I've taken the lead in a defense case. It'll be the first time I stand up there alone, though, but I have to do this. And I'm definitely not about to let anything bad happen to Junie. Court is now in session. All rise. Court is now in session for the trial of Juniper Woods. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Payne, you're still here, bro? You're still here? The prosecution is also ready, Your Honor. And what is the meaning of this? I was under the impression that Mr. Red Monkey would be my opponent today. Yes, well, a substitution of attorney petition was submitted just a few moments ago. Due to the explosion in the courthouse yesterday, Mr. Justice is unable to continue. I see. Not at all surprised to use that as an excuse to run away. With me as an adversary, who wouldn't want to feign illness in order to escape? What? The nerve of that guy. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. Oh, well, I would if I wasn't so nervous. This arrogant jerk. You arrogant jerk. No, Widget. Is my hearing getting worse? I could have sworn I heard the defense say something just now. No, you didn't hear anything at all, especially not from me. How odd. I could have sworn I also heard something. That would be my indispensable partner, Widget. He sometimes blurts out what I'm thinking. Well then, if that's the case, then it's a clear contradiction to what you just stated. A contradiction. You just stated that you said nothing. However, that device of yours says what you're thinking. Then you indeed said I was, what was it? Elegance at work? Actually, it was arrogant jerk. At any rate, what does it matter if it's a red monkey or a yellow monkey facing me? No fresh out of law school rookie can defend this witness. Mr. Payne, I believe that's enough. Let us get back to the case. Of course, Your Honor. I'm more than ready to show this little girl why they call me the Rookie Humiliator. I knew it. He really is an arrogant jerk. Arrogant jerk. Miss Sykes, if you continue to insult the prosecution, I will remove you from this court. I'm very sorry. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. Now then, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, if you please. Thank you, Your Honor. Now then, the incident occurred yesterday here at this very courthouse in courtroom number 4. At that time, the trial for a certain bombing was being held in courtroom number 4. I was presiding over that trial as well. Mr. Justice was there as the lawyer for the defense. A bomb that was being presented as evidence suddenly went off during the trial. It was a terrible incident, and courtroom number 4 was completely destroyed. Fortunately, we were able to start evacuation procedures before the explosion occurred. Just a few seconds more and it would have turned into a horrific loss of human life. But there was in fact one death, was there not? That is correct, Your Honor, when courtroom number 4 was examined after the blast. The body of Detective Candace Arm was discovered. She was to take the stand as a witness later in the trial. I suppose she wasn't able to evacuate in time. What a terrible tragedy. I must admit I stumbled at least 10 times myself before I was able to escape. Maybe the court should see about getting you even shorter robes. The victim's body was found near the entrance to the courtroom. I suspect she stayed until the very end to help guide the others out safely. Your Honor, allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and details about the bomb. Okay, I know how this works. All evidence from the trial is filed in the court record. When I want to check something out, I just use E. I had better take a peek later. Now then, please call the accused to the witness stand. Defendant, are you feeling all right? You're looking a bit pale. I'm so sorry. I was feeling a bit weak when I first arrived here at the courthouse. But I'm all right. Junie's really giving it her all. I had better make sure I do the same. If we could please proceed. Your name and occupation, defendant. Juniper Woods. I'm a high school student. Miss Woods, can you confirm you were in the courthouse on the day in question? Yes, I came to know Apollo Justice through my friend Athena. And so, I was there yesterday to watch his trial and lend my support. Something's wrong. Junie's really scared. Did you know I'm also known as the defendant humiliator? It looks like I get another chance to show everyone how I earned that moniker. Does his arrogance know no bounds? I have to protect Junie no matter what. Hey, you arrogant prosecutor Payne. What is it? Do you want me to demonstrate why I'm known as the rookie humiliator instead? Deep rest, Athena. Don't let him get to you. The prosecutor Payne, Junie is telling the truth. Mr. Justice also backed up her claim when we saw him in the defendant lobby. And Junie, he said that he was glad to get the lotus root you gave him too. He was? My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She says they can even help you see into the future. They can, and that's the perfect present for a lawyer. And if that's true, I guess you must not have eaten them. Otherwise you would have known about the bomb. A sweet, neat girl like this blowing a courtroom to bits. I must say it's very hard to believe. Now, Your Honor, don't let her seemingly innocent appearance fool you. The defendant had a motive for committing this crime. That's not true. I don't have any kind of motive. And I didn't even know the lady who was killed. I admit the investigation didn't turn up any connection between the victim and defendant. However, that doesn't matter. The only thing that does is that her objective was the destruction of courtroom number 4 itself. What's that supposed to mean? Why in the world would Miss Woods want to do that? That's a very good question, coming from a novice such as yourself. But first, a question for the defendant. Have you ever been brought up on false charges? What? Oh, why, yes. Yes, I have. And did that experience cause you to harbor a grudge against the court system?
Gotcha!
Now wait just 1 minute. If that kind of thing was a motive for blowing things up, then every one of our clients would turn into bombers. That's a valid point. We wouldn't have a single courthouse left standing in the land. I can see the accused isn't the only one who might bear resentment against the courts, but Miss Woods is the only person who could have committed this crime. Why? Because we have found some decisive evidence that proves the defendant's guilt. Decisive. I'll believe it when I see it. It involves a very unique aspect of the bomb itself, Your Honor. And what exactly was so unique about it? Why don't we have Miss Sykes answer that question? Mimi, I noticed that you appear to be very nervous, and well, gentleman that I am, I'd like to offer you the chance to gain some confidence for such an easy question. Could he be any more condescending? Really, what a thoroughly unpleasant man. L is for loser. What did it just say? No, nothing. Not a single thing. Now let's see. What was I supposed to do at a time like this? I know. The court record. The information I need is somewhere in the court record. Alright, Miss Sykes. Let's hear your answer. What was unique about the bomb that blew up the courtroom? Mr. Payne, what kind of simpleton do you take me for? It was inside a stuffed animal. Its evil intentions covered up by a cute exterior. Very good. Have a cookie. The bomb that went off in the courtroom was indeed hidden inside a stuffed animal. There. How do you like that? Not bad. I am fine. Just like I said from the start, I can do this. Yes, as I recall, the bomb was inside a stuffed animal the whole time. I never even got to take a look at it. But what connection does this impish elephant have with the defendant? The answer to that question lies in another piece of evidence, which I have here. And what, pray tell, is this? It appears to be a little singed. It's a tail, Your Honor. The tail of the poor victim of the explosion. This is incredible. Are you saying it's Detective Arm's tail? Your Honor is so very close, but no. It belongs to the stuffed animal. It's called Phony Fanty, a rather unpleasant name if you ask me. He's the mascot for a campaign to eliminate false evidence and false charges, is he not? Exactly. His motto is phony evidence is just trumped up. That's so wrong on so many levels. The Phony Fanty's tail is made of vinyl cloth, and we found something very interesting on its surface. The defendant's fingerprints. What? The Phony Fanty provided the prosecution with all the evidence we needed. It clearly proves that the accused handled the bomb. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would Junie's fingerprints be on it? That does appear to be pretty irrefutable evidence. The court accepts it into evidence. Miss Woods, do you have an explanation for this? I don't understand. How about you, Miss Sykes? Do you have any plausible explanation to refute this decisive piece of evidence? Oh, well, I can't do it. I can't think of a single thing, but I had better come up with something for Junie's sake. If you can't produce an answer, we could always go straight to the ruling, if you prefer. No, I have something to say. Fast. Oh no, I can't get my voice to work. Why now, of all times? I thought I overcame this already. Maybe I'm still not ready to stand in court.
As you can see, there is no room for debate.
Objection!
Why, it's you!
Okay, so apparently we're going to have random cutscenes now. I understand. Sorry it took me so long to get here, Athena. Apollo explained the whole thing to me over the phone. He asked me to come help you out in his place. Thanks for coming. I hate to admit it, but I was having a real tough time on my own. Oh, I don't know. I think you're doing just fine, all things considered. And you hung in there, giving me enough time to get here. Now let's turn things around. You got it, boss. Look who showed up out of the blue. If it isn't Mr. Phoenix Wright, you always manage to surprise me. Your Honor, Mr. Payne has called for an orderly ruling. I believe there are still many things that need to be deliberated. How did Miss Wood's fingerprint wind up on the stuffed animal tail? How was the bomb even detonated? Until these questions are answered, I assert it's impossible for a fair ruling to be made. You are absolutely right. Let us continue from where we left off. I assume you have no objections, Mr. Payne? None at all, Your Honor. Miss Woods really looks like she's having a hard time. Junie's really struggling, Mr. Wright. I get the sense she's afraid of the courtroom itself. Because of yesterday. Yeah, it was understandably very traumatic for her. Poor thing. And here she is, back at the courthouse again, being so brave. I would like to make a request, Your Honor. If at all possible, I would like to have Miss Woods rest in the lobby. Given the defendant's condition? Very well. I grant special permission. You go get some rest, Junie, and I leave the rest to us. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about this. Phoenix Wright. I've been looking forward to meeting you. It's been a while, Mr. Payne. You're more clueless than I had heard. I do believe you mean, how do you do? For I am Gaspin Payne. I am the younger brother. Oh! Okay. Younger brother of your long-standing rival, Winston Payne. What? Long-standing rival? When were we ever rivals, let alone long-standing? You'll see, Mr. Wright. I will cleanse Winston of the disgrace he met with at your hands. Looks like this royal pain is going to be as thoroughly unpleasant as the other. Your Honor, the prosecution would now like to call a decisive witness to the stand. What witness is it? We will see tomorrow, because it's now 1800. And this is already looking like a fantastic case. It went off with a very explosive start. And the models are different, and we have cutscenes and everything. So maybe I will see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, friends, and be well.